That's a knock. How's it going, folks, out there in YouTube land? As you can see, today I'm set up, ready to go. Gonna work on the MSN-04 Sazabi real grade. I've heard this thing is a monstrously good kit. It's a very large kit for a real grade, which hopefully will mean that it's fun to build. I've heard nothing but good things about it ever since it came out, and I've owned it since it came out. I just have not yet assembled it because, well, I don't know if you guys are aware, but I have a very extensive backlog of kits that I tend to sort of pile things up and then pull off the top. Though this one is a special case because I've already got the RG new Gundam put together, and I have it on a very special display stand that a good friend of mine 3D printed for me, which I think is really cool because it's got lights and everything that go in it. And this one, I just recently purchased a action base that this is going to stand on that has red light that comes up from the bottom. I'm going to put it next to the new because I think that will be a cool combination. And so I decided that since I got that action base in, I'm just going to go ahead and build this now while it is still fresh on my mind and something that I really want to do. So we're going to do that today. And you guys are free to come along for the ride if you'd like. So let's go ahead and start pulling everything out. Okay. Hello, cat. How's it going over there? Hope you're having fun. Chilling out in my room. All right, let's see. Now, I know there is in fact a little bit of B-frame in this kit, and there it is. But yeah, I didn't think that this kit had a lot of B-frame going on in it. I think it's one of these. It's definitely one of the later RGs that decided to ditch the most the interior being mostly B-frame. So a lot of the newer RGs don't have that much of the B-frame inside of them. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that like there were a lot of complaints early on, especially with the Sinanju before this came out, that was a lot of people were very not happy with the B-frame, I think is a good way of putting it. So they started ditching it, I think, a little bit, especially on these larger, more complex kits, because I think they started to realize that there was not a lot in the way of love for the B-frame. And there are still people out there who love the B-frame. I think there are good uses for the B-frame. I think a lot of the problems that people experience with the B-frame are not invalid. I think a lot of the complaints that people had about it were 100% legit in some cases, but I also think that it's also about usage, and like not everything was as bad as people were trying to make it out to be with the B-frames. I think there was a lot of good that the B-frames were able to accomplish, but at the same time, I don't really care one way or the other. I've had my fair share of run-ins with B-frames that I didn't particularly appreciate the being B-frames. I think the most egregious example of that in my recent building memory is, of course, the RG00 Riser, which might have been because of the fact that it was B-frame. It could have also been the fact that it was the clear color variant, which also had sort of sparkly plastic for a lot of the joints as well. And that sort of sparkly plastic inside of Gundam kits always tends to be a little bit more slippery and a little bit less grippy than regular plastics that they put out for them. So I think there was a lot of that going on with the with that RG. So I don't 100% blame the inclusion of a B frame for that kit's problems, but it certainly was. It certainly I don't think it helped matters much. And of course, there are people out there who will say that the B frame is terrible all the time, and there are people who will say that the B frame was always good. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna try and get involved in that discussion. You like what you like. Like, I don't think there's much in the way that anybody's gonna do to change anybody else's mind on it. So that discussion is pretty much dead in the water, and I'm not gonna try and get involved in it. So that's my thoughts on that. Oh, and who popped into my Discord? Hey, Math, what's up? Oh, I don't think anybody can hear. Well, I definitely can't hear anybody. I think that's me. Let's see here. Hey, Math, can you hear me now?
Hear you the entire time. Just Discord was fucking around with my audio again and just decided to not work with my microphone, so I had to set that new again.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't. My microphone was also messed up because for some reason I was sending out the Discord through my what you call it, my desktop audio, like the microphone built into my my laptop, as opposed to an actual real microphone. But hey, yeah. You got to miss my ranting and raving about the fact that I don't care about people's arguing about B-frames, so there's that.
No, I've heard that. I watched the stream since the beginning.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go then. You heard all of my thoughts on B-frames.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. I think people just like to argue about it, so I'm just not going to get involved.
Yeah, I don't care. As long as my kids dance, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the only kid I've ever had that had a problem with the B-frame was the RG 00 Riser Clear Color, and that thing was kind of destined to have problems because it was the sparkly plastic, and that stuff's always a problem for me. Like, I've never had a kit with the sparkly plastic that ever turned out well. All right. But this kit doesn't have any sparkly plastic in it at all. So
yeah,
hopefully
it's a great
that'll be
kit.
good. That's what I've heard. I'm looking forward to building it. It does have a lot of double runners, though. Which, to me, says that it's a very symmetrical kit.
It's not very asymmetrical, yes. Well, it has a shield on one side and a weapon on the other hand, but
I mean,
that probably goes for most Gundams, right?
I was about to say, that kind of describes literally all of them.
Yeah.
All right. I do like that a lot of these runners have very thin connections to the pieces, so there won't be a lot of nubs to have to really do a lot of work to clean up. So
yep, that's great.
All right, what have we got here? Another set of double runners. Looks like some double Ks. Are those both K? Yeah, they're both Ks. I have an AK. Looks like we're only going to have one of each of these, though. And that's C and D. Alright. So this B can become a K easily enough. Oh, man. Well, I think it'll become a K. Do I not have any extra Ks? Am I going to have to cut a new K out?
Okay.
Yeah, looks like I'm going to have to cut out a new K.
I don't remember anything about that kid. What K?
The K runner. So I got these little runner clips that have letters on them.
Oh, okay.
And I only had one K clip, so I had to cut out another K to put on this other clip.
Oh, okay, okay. I was
That's
thinking you had to cut the K runner and make a new one, and I was confused about
no,
that.
no, no,
But
no, no,
okay,
no.
yeah, that makes sense.
Uh, is there not a G runner in this? Huh. Well, if there's not a G runner, that means I can move the H's closer together and the I's closer in, which means I can get the K's within easy reach. Works for me. You don't want to be overreaching for your runners, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not a G. It goes A, and then the B runner, and then C, and then D, E, F, and then straight to H. I don't think there's a G runner. I mean, not that I'm like terribly upset about that. It was just kind of a little bit surprising. I can see I'm going to be going through.
It's understandable.
So now the question I have to ask myself here is, what color do I do the majority of my panel lining in? Am I going to go dark brown or am I going to go black? Oh, oh.
I did brown on mine for the entirety of the kit, except for like the dark gray sections. I did those in black.
Ah.
Because like most of the exterior that you will see is red, so
Yeah, I'll probably end up using the dark brown panel liner because I just like it better than the regular brown. The regular brown never it just isn't very good.
well, yes, I used the brown Gundam marker, which is a darker brown color, so
Yeah.
yeah, probably dark brown is then the best option, yeah, because it is a pretty dark shade of red in my opinion. So.
Yep. It looks like we're going to be building up from the feet as well. Fantastic. All right. Let's get all of the tools out.
Most real grades work from the feet up.
I think so.
Good enough.
Alrighty.
Ja, ich weiß. Okay. So now, how the fuck do I do the chest?
Oh, you're still working on your Gundam girl?
Yeah. Like, I finished the backpack now, which was quite easy because I could just straight build the backpack and just had to, like, cut a hole in it, put the attachment part of the girl backpack in, and then cement that together, sand it down so it fits. And it stays on there decently well. It doesn't wiggle around, but it... I don't know. It works. I just need to figure out a way to, like, get the classic Gundam chest onto the girl. But it's way too wide, so I would have to cut it. But then I can't have, like, the cockpit hatch on it anymore. Or I will have to...
But in that case, I mean, given what you're doing with it, does it really need the cockpit hatch?
Not really, but I still would like it to be there as, like, detail. Because I did the same with the Zaku.
Well, here's a question.
In a way they didn't.
If you cut it so that, can you just, like, stick the cockpit hatch on the front after the cut? So that it's not, like, it doesn't really work, it doesn't fully open, but it's still there as a detail piece.
Then it would stick out way more because, like, the real grade has a hole in between the two vents where the cockpit hatch goes. But I have to cut the entirety of that away so I can just have the two vents next to each other, basically working as chest armor.
I see.
I could either use the cockpit hatch underneath that, but I'm not sure if there's a way to attach that in a way that would make sense.
Hmm. Yeah, without actually sitting down and looking at it, I wouldn't know, man.
Yeah. I think I can just... I'm just gonna start by cutting the chest part in half. Oh great, more sanding.
Oh. Ah.
But yeah, wait, does that work with two of these? It does, but I still need the side part for that. Or I could just cut everything around the vent cover and just have the two vents, but then she's flat.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you without sitting there looking at it. Well, man, besides, you're better at those sorts of customizations than I am. I don't do a lot of kit bashing and alteration.
Yeah, the thing is just like, it's just thinking out loud, basically. Okay, this is the left side. Okay, just give me a marker so I can... Left and right. Okay. So now we know that.
Let's see.
No.
14.
Don't fuck that up.
Oh. There we go.
Okay. That works okay-ish, yes. But I would need to sand that down so that sits flush again. Oh wait, does that work? No.
Alright, I don't know if anybody's ever going to see the detailing on these pipes, but I'm doing it because it makes me happy. That, and I did it on the news, so I don't see why I wouldn't do it on the Sazabi if it's going to go right next to it.
No. Oh no, I dropped the part. Fuck.
Well, get down there and pick it up.
Yeah. I'll be in the void for like 5 minutes now searching my part.
Go for it.
Okay, got it. Oh, that was
Nice.
quick. Didn't expect that to go so fast.
Yeah, usually it if it gets away from you real good, it can take a while to track it down. Sometimes I have to get my phone out and
Yeah,
put
I'm
it in.
still missing like an MG foot part that's just somewhere in my room. Just never showed up.
Oh, I'm sure the next time I vacuum my studio, I'm gonna suck up a couple of parts that I've been missing. Like, I know that one of my Gundams is missing a chin somewhere, and I have no idea where it went.
Yeah, I mean, I've probably vacuumed it and just didn't notice it. Now it's gone, but yeah. Oh god, what? Okay, so I could put shiny metallic stickers on the chest vents. Do I do that?
Like underneath them or just like on top of them?
You know the yellow
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit there.
that has like goes like a gold metallic part.
Hmm. I don't know. Do you think it would look better with the gold metallic part or the gold metallic sticker or not?
Hmm. I don't know. I mean, wait, did I use them on the Zaku girl? Yeah, I used some of them. I'm pretty sure I used all the metallic stickers on the Zaku. Yeah, I did. So, should probably use them on the Gundam girl as well.
Yeah, just keep things consistent. Yo, what's
Yeah.
up, Bobby?
Not much. How about yourself?
Just working on this Sazabi. I'm doing some blasphemy to Gunpla by using this here silver Sharpie to add some detail to these pipes.
I also commit said blasphemy, so I can't really talk.
Man, there's a lot of people out there who will then go online and complain about the fact they're like, it's not really painting, and I'm like, nope, it's coloring, and you'll get over it.
I mean, it's a pigment. It has a thinner in it.
What's the difference
don't see
between
the
me?
difference.
What's the difference between me using a Sharpie and you using a Gundam marker? I'll tell you what the difference is. I bought mine at Target.
Also, the Sharpie works better.
That is very true, especially for stuff like this. These metallic Sharpies are actually
The
legit good.
difference is probably around $2.
That as well. Per marker.
Right.
Yeah, I really dislike the paint pouring markers. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, me either.
I find them very difficult to control.
Yep. Plus, like I said, these metallic color Sharpies, they're actually pretty legit good looking if you get them if you get a good even coat on things.
Yeah, the kit that I'm working on right now, the Re 100 Zaku to FZ, I used metallic Sharpie on.
Yeah. And you know, I don't even know if anybody will ever end up like seeing the details on what I'm doing here, because I don't know what does and doesn't shine through on this kit. But the fact that
What
it's
are they,
there,
cables?
they're pipes.
Mm.
Like I think they're on the back of the legs or the back of the feet.
I've only done the MG, but the only pipes that I remember are the waist.
Well, these are
like,
just
power pipes, or
yeah, I think these are just
about
tubes that go like on the back of the legs. They're not like hydraulic tubes, because there's no way they're hydraulic, what with being as bent as they are.
Well, he's got a power cable belt.
Right, but this is not related to that.
Oh, okay. Then I don't know where it goes. The MG is different, I think, than the Verka is different than the RG.
Yeah. Like they try to be similar, but it's not the same at all. Well, I mean, there's a lot of similarities, but it's not overall the same.
Yeah, I'll probably do it one day. I'll probably get like the RG Sazabi and the MG new Verka at the same time.
Right.
Cause I did the opposite I got the RG the RG new and the MG Sazabi Verka at the same time.
Yeah, I got the RG new already, and now I've decided to build the RG Verka because I got a.
You mean the RG Sazabi?
Yes, RG Sazabi.
Yeah, I
Dang
screwed
it.
you up there.
Dang it. But no, I decided to build this one because a friend of mine, Dipper, found in his local shop one of the old Bandai lightning action bases. So basically, it's just a little stand. It's not really an action base. It doesn't have like a arm, so you can do like aerial poses or whatever. But it has LEDs in the base that shine light up through it, and it's like the red one. And I'm like, oh man, having a Sazabi with like a red light coming up from underneath it would look really awesome.
Yeah.
And I've literally been sitting on this kit in my backlog since it came out. So I'm like, you know what? I'm finally gonna do it. Finally gonna paint this, or not paint it up, but build it up, and go ahead and get stuff done with it, and not have it sit in my backlog for another couple of years.
Yeah, I've done a similar thing with like the bottom lighting like that. The only thing that I realized is that unless you have it, like if you're gonna do that, I recommend putting it on like a higher shelf that's above your eye line.
Yep, that's the plan. It is on top of my DTOFs. That's where the new is, and I'm just gonna have it sitting right next to the new, because the new is also on a custom action base that a friend of mine printed, that has a light wire that goes all up through the back of it and shines through. So I've got that one with like sort of a pale green light that comes through it. And this one's sitting next to it with the red underlighting it as opposed to backlighting it. It'll probably be a good contrast and like kind of, show the difference in the concepts of the two suits.
Mm-hmm. That sounds cool.
That's the idea anyways. Yeah. We'll see how it actually looks once I've got them up there together.
True. I forgot how simple Re 100s are.
They're just big high grades, man.
I mean, it's cool. Like,
oh, there's nothing wrong with them. It's just like sometimes that's what you want to build. You're just like, I don't need anything stupidly complex. So,
I mean, they're slightly more complex than like a high grade, but yeah,
but not by a lot.
No. I just finished doing the MG Full Saber, so I'm all in for
something easy,
a simple big thing. Yeah. Especially the weapons on that thing, like the body on the MG Full Saber was real simple. Was kind of simple, but like the weapons, especially the big ass sword, that's something.
Yeah, I can get that.
And this will be my first 1/100 Zaku, so.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Figured I need one of those, and this kit got some pretty good reviews, so.
Nice. The only Zaku I have ever built is the HG, the Origin, and I built both the regular C-type and the Char version, so.
The only Zaku that I have ever built, well, I built an SD, but that doesn't count. But I built the HG Origin Black Tri-Stars.
It's such a good Zaku kit, man. Like, I haven't done the Revive yet, and people say the Char Zaku Revive is really good.
The Origin is like almost a real grade, like, to be honest, like without the internal frame, but like the level of detail, it's like almost a real grade.
And it's got a significant amount of inner frame in it as well, too. So there's, that going for it.
Yeah, it just doesn't have it doesn't even have a B runner period.
Right.
So, well, it might have a runner labeled B, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. It doesn't have an actual B frame.
Yeah. But yeah, I like that kit a lot.
Yeah, I liked it enough that I was not upset to build it twice. And usually, honestly, the Origin kits, I have yet to build one that I didn't like. I've done the what is it? I've done a couple of the gyms. I've actually done 2 gyms, and the RX-78-2 and the RX-78-1 North America type. and
Okay.
and they're all like all four of those are basically the same build. Like, because I did the Gym Guard custom, the Gym Intercept, and like the RXs, and like they really are pretty much all the exact same kit. But I was not upset to build them all multiple times because they're just fun to build. Like, they're just good little kids.
Yeah, I like them a lot. I mean, I've only done the Black TriStar Zaku, but I want to do a Zaku 1
Right.
origin, and then probably like one of the gyms.
Yeah.
I
All
might do the MG RX-78 origin. Still deciding which RX-78 MG I'm gonna do.
The only thing I'll say about the gyms is that they are. What's the best way of putting this? If you don't put the stickers on them, they are extremely light in the detail department.
That's fine.
Like,
I've
they
done
look
a
really...
lot of IBO kits. I'm used to the stickers.
Yeah, and they're not bad stickers either, which is, like, you know, it just makes it a little bit better off. But, like, if you don't put the stickers on, like, they do just look really, really plain and boring. And, like, I've seen some people who posted and, like, complained about how boring they look like. I mean, they're just like, oh, the colors are bad, and, you know, they're just, you know, not fun. And I'm like, yeah, but you didn't put any of the stickers on, so it just looks like a couple of big colored blobs. Like, the stickers are really there to define the style of the kit, which is not great, but I mean, it's a high grade, so like you really can't ask for a lot more.
If I don't feel like putting the stickers on, I've got silver, bronze, and gold metallic Sharpies.
Right.
So there's alternatives to stickers.
There are, but it's like the white lines around the arm or the leg pieces, and you know, there's a bunch of like highlighting sort of things.
I guess those will just be silver instead of white.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with
yellow. Well, I guess that's gold now.
Right.
There's plenty of options. Like I said, I've done plenty of HG IBO kits, and those are just sticker hells. So
yeah. Not all of them. Some of them are like
most of them are.
The problem with the difference, I think, is that those are like color correcting stickers, where it's like, hey, this whole piece is supposed to be red, and we're gonna give you a sticker to make it red, despite it being the same shade of red that we've already got a runner for.
Yeah, it's bad.
Whereas with these, it's not so much a matter of them being color correcting. It's just like, you know, like paint, like pinstripes and stuff. Yeah.
Or like, I mean, I did the stickers on my MG Sinanju Stein narrative, which those are quite some stickers. Like the sleeves, the white on the sleeves and the white on the crest. I did those stickers. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've got so many kits to do. I don't know when I'm going to get around to that.
Right.
I know it's nothing compared to your backlog, but for me, it's a lot.
No, and my backlog is... I don't know if my backlog problems are an anomaly or if there are a lot of other people who are in the same boat I am. I feel like there's more people, but that might just be wishful thinking, where I'm like, please let there be other people in the world that are that have as much backlog as I do.
I think there are. I just think I think there's.
Yeah, I have one person in our local or German Gunpla group that just has like 2 rooms full of backlog.
Okay, yeah, that is a lot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he never actually built a kit. We only see him posting his backlog, and that he just puts more shit onto the backlog every time.
I mean, there are people
out there.
And then
we tell him to build, and then he's like, "No, I'm collecting it."
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people out there who do that, and that's perfectly fine if that's how they want to, you know, if that's how they want to enjoy the hobby.
Yeah, it's fun, but like, goddamn it, man. It's a lot of kits that he's like, he doesn't even display them, right? He just puts them in a room in stacks. That's it.
Hey, man.
I
I
kind
said.
of get it. Like, I really like buying kits. That's
Yep.
like half the fun for me. It's like,
Yeah, I know that problem.
like, do I need to order those 2 kits from Japan through Crow? No, I
Yes.
don't.
Yes, you need.
Am I going to? Yes,
Yes.
I am.
Oh yeah,
Do they
I know.
only
I
give
mean,
you the one?
2 kits, the F-31 or whatever, and the that Kodo kit.
oh, the robot boy. The
Sylvia, I think it's called.
yeah, the G Lucifer looking thing. The one thing from the game, right? That just
I don't even
looks
know what
like
it's
a
from.
direct- It's from a mobile game, I believe. Like a
Okay.
game arcade thing in Japan. That's like only playable in Japan.
It just looks very cool.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
yeah, the
does, yeah.
Soldea. It's from a game called Starwing Paradox. Yep.
And then I'm probably gonna buy that Diamond PG Avalanche Exia from Forged. So
Why is he selling that? Oh, I think he ended up with 2
he's
of them.
got an
didn't he?
extra one. Yeah. And he was like, "Oh, I don't know about. I don't want to sell it to somebody without the full LED kit." And I'm like, "I can make those. I can build LEDs. It's not hard."
I mean, if you're up for the challenge, then by all means, go for it.
How bad are those Dobbin PG kits?
They're not. I mean, it's if you're willing to put the extra work into them, they're really not all that bad.
Okay. When you say extra work, like a lot of painting or
Like making parts fit.
oh yeah, you have to do that in Bandai kits sometimes.
Yeah, but third-party kits get a little bit more aggressive with it at times.
Okay.
So, I mean,
Well,
as long
we'll
as you're
see.
up for that, then it shouldn't be a problem.
I mean, I did also order that Supernova Ultron kit, so
As did I. So we'll see how that turns out.
blue one
Yep.
from Model Center.
Yep.
Nice.
I was thinking about getting the green one, but I couldn't find it for sale anywhere. And then I was like, I actually kind of like the blue better than the green one.
Yeah, they have it on eBay, but it's like extra expensive.
Yeah, because it was
Yeah,
the
the green one
limited.
is out of print for quite some time, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
wasn't that one like the limited first run edition or something?
No, they already had the blue and white one. That was the limited run of the green one, and now they re-released the blue and white one.
Oh, okay. Weird.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't understand what they're doing anymore.
I mean, it's, third party. They probably realized that the blue one sold more than the green one did, so they're like, oh, well, let's reprint the one that sold the most.
Yeah, it sounds reasonable.
I mean, if I were a business owner that was selling things like that, that's what I'd do.
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, I was gonna get the Death Scythe, but even though you can put it in your cart, when you check out, it says that you can't buy it. I'm like, what? So
What?
That's weird.
on Gundam Model Center, they list the Supernova Death Scythe, and I put it in my cart, and I went to check out, and then it had these like 2 red asterisks that said product not available in the quantity selected, and I had selected one. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. The dev save. Let me check on the dev save. The
could always-
Supernova dev save, right?
Yeah, the hell.
I had thought about getting that one too. But
Yeah, availability out of stock.
At Gundam Model Center?
Yeah.
they might
You
have,
have
you
to-
might have
like,
put it
they-
in your cart right as somebody else was buying the last one, man.
No,
I
no,
don't know,
no.
when
They have them on their site. They just say availability out of stock.
Right, but if it just recently, because I remember sawing it in stock as well, so it could have been that they only had like a couple and somebody bought it just as you were putting it in your cart, dude.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Well, that's
But
what
that's why I
happened
bought
to.
the
Oh, yeah,
Ultron.
that could also be.
Yeah, I mean that's what happened to Corey the other day when he was trying to buy the Mega Man, the Copy X.
Mm.
So, yeah. All right, time to put some panel liner in this sucker.
Oh,
What?
fuck. Amazon updated the tracking. Damn it. No, the kit arrived like 2 days ago, but until today, the tracking didn't update and it still said it's on its way to me instead of delivered.
Yeah, Amazon
So,
does that sometimes.
If I wouldn't have if it wouldn't have been here in like 14 days, I could just get my money back. You know, just get another
Yeah.
kit or something like that.
Nah, they are usually pretty good about catching
Yeah,
that sort of thing.
If this tracking doesn't update for that, maybe in America.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
had one. No, I had one that hadn't showed up in like however many days, and I told them it didn't come, and then they said, "Okay, do you want another one or do you want a refund?" And I was like, "Well, I want another one because I wanted that product." And then they both showed up eventually, so I got
Yeah, the
two
same
of the
thing.
same thing.
Same thing happened with the HG's H Spallow. I had ordered one to have sent to Crow, and it like sat and didn't update tracking for like 2 weeks. So I'm like, I contacted them. I'm like, hey, what's going on with this order? And they're like, well, we don't know. There was no tracking information given, so like it might be gone. Do you want us to give you another one? And I'm like, sure. And then so they shipped out a second one, and that one actually got all the tracking information. And then 2 of them showed up at Crow's on the same day.
Oh, nice.
So one of them ended up being a Secret Santa present.
Nice.
Oh man.
Yeah, Herb posted in, what was it, like General, like 10 minutes ago or something, that new type had Titus in stock, and I got all excited. And it turns out it was the HG.
Oh yeah. Dude, nobody has the they haven't reprinted the MGs. I'm pretty sure what they're doing though is they're going through and reprinting all the HGs this year because it's the anniversary year, and then that's it. They're not making a big deal about it, but they have reprinted almost all the HGs so far, like at least half of them. And my guess is they'll get more throughout the year. Whether or not they'll reprint the MGs, that's a whole different question. But they might. It's a
we'll see.
possibility.
I went on USAGs and I put them all on email alerts, so
Fair enough.
I'll find out if any of them come in.
Although, man, those guys are so far behind on shipping.
I know, it's ridiculous.
I kind of feel bad for them, but at the same time, it's like, don't let your entire staff take the holidays off all at the same time, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what. I don't even remember there being like that good of sales on there.
Oh no,
Um,
they do good decent sales. It's just like
I mean, like
because of
specifically for holiday, I don't remember there being anything crazy.
like promo codes or anything.
No, like for instance, my MG Full Saber I got from Gundam Planet for $20 off the normal price.
Yeah, so like that kind of sale,
So
like promo sales.
yeah, like a holiday sale type thing.
They did, but it was like Black Friday sort of stuff. They didn't do anything
Well, it's still
specifically.
going, so
Yeah, but
if
like
you go
they
to the
did,
homepage, you can still find it.
like I know they didn't do anything specific like that, but they just had record numbers of sales. Period. Like
Yeah,
they just sold a lot of stuff, and then like right before the holidays, they had the shipments of the PGU come in, and so they were like had a bunch of people working for that. And my guess is that the way they got those people to work instead of taking the holidays off was like, well, we'll give you vacation time after all these are out, and they're still trying to
that makes
catch up.
sense.
All right. Scrub that down. Yeah.
Okay, so that box from Japan also got sent out to Germany. Hoping that arrives soon.
Yeah, one of my boxes is in Chicago, and I'm hoping it'll get to me very soon, but we'll see. It's going through. It's supposedly cleared customs, but
I mean, my
my other box that was in the Navajo Nations has now moved on to, I believe it was Kansas last I checked.
Oh, nice.
It's man that getting this box has been a absolute trip. Because first it got sent back to the shipping company or the company I bought it from for being overweight. So the company that they tried to ship it through originally wouldn't take it. And so
Is that the one you were talking about that you got from China or whatever?
yeah, it's shipping from China, but like they sent it back for being overweight. So they shipped it again, and when they updated it to ship it again, they put the wrong tracking number on the order. So I had to like email them and be like, this tracking number you gave me doesn't work. So then they had to send me another tracking number, and like yeah, it has been an ordeal to try and get that stuff through. I'm just hoping that when it gets here, it's all in one piece and not messed up, because it's a very expensive figure that I ordered. Because it's the that metal build comfer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So I'd be really disappointed if that ended up being in bad shape.
Yeah, that would suck.
yeah. They can't fuss a good enough design.
Comfer's a really cool design. Actually, it is in fact my favorite mobile suit design by a lot.
Okay, that's not good.
I mean, it's my opinion. You don't have to agree with it.
No, not about the mobile suit design.
I knew you weren't talking
Okay,
about
so
that.
the thrusters are so loose on the backpack that when I try to pull off the beam sabers, like the thrusters just fly off. And I'm not even touching the thrusters.
Welcome to the problems a lot of people had with the RG RX-78.
Huh. Good thing I have Gundam markers.
There we go. But yeah, the RX RG or the real grade RX-78 2 had issues. It's
Yeah,
a
that's
really
why
cool.
I'm just using parts of it.
Yeah, I mean it was a really
I mean,
cool
my core
concept.
fighter doesn't want to stay together because that just like falls out half the time.
Yeah, like it was a really good concept because it was almost like they were trying to recreate a lot of the gimmicks of the perfect grade in 1/144 scale. But like the engineering just wasn't quite there yet on it.
Yeah. Like if they ever like do RG 2.0s, might give it another go.
Right.
But to be honest, I don't care for the design that much that I actually would give it a second chance, I believe. Also,
Yeah.
like, I don't even care for the build itself because I just use like all their armor parts and slap them on the girl kit, so.
Yeah, it's I don't know. The RX-78 is I mean, it's classic, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's it's good because it's classic, blah blah blah," and I like it. I'm like, "That's cool," and I've built my fair share of them, but I am not a huge fan of the design overall.
Yeah, like, it can be as classic as it is, but like, still, I got into Gunpla because of Gundam build fighters, so yeah, I don't give a shit about it.
I mean,
Well,
the
for me, the most classic thing is the fucking build burning, okay?
that's fair enough.
That's not even the first Gundam Build Fighter's main suit.
I know, but I started with Try and then watched build fighters after I watched Try. Because I didn't know there was build fighters, I just saw the Gundam kits in like the shelf in my local like normal supermarket, and then I just was like, oh, well, they don't have any transformers, and these tiny things look cute, and I can turn them into weapons because I thought somehow they would fit into the hands of transformers because it's also a robot, so why not? Well, it turns out it doesn't. And yeah, that's how I got addicted.
Fair enough.
And then I just like searched Gundam in YouTube, and like back then I think Build Fighters Try was like the newest thing that came out, so I was just like, okay, let's watch that. Because I'm pretty sure they just released the English dub on Gundam Info. So I watched that. And I'm just sitting there watching Gundam Build Fighters Try on my Nintendo Switch. Or was it still the Wii U? No, wait, it was still the Wii U. Yeah, so I was sitting there watching Gundam Build Fighters Try on my Wii U. Man, it was great times.
absolutely nothing wrong with that, man. Everybody has their quote unquote first Gundam that they watched. For most people in the US, it's Gundam Wing.
Oh yeah, no. I'm pretty sure I watched that as a kid as well because I remember having like some Wing kits or figures, but I remember having kits as well because I told my dad to cut them out for me so I can put them together.
Hmm.
In the end, he built it entirely because I was like 5 or 6 years old and couldn't put the stickers on and couldn't fucking snap the parts together. So yeah.
I mean, that's what dads are for.
Yeah.
Putting
I mean,
things
you would have
together
been
for their kids.
pretty young when Wing was on. Well, I don't know when it was on TV in Germany, but
I believe it was like 2004-ish.
it was what, like early
2000?
2000s in the US. 2000, I
2001,
want to
maybe
say.
something like that.
It was
'Cause
pretty. I think
yeah.
I was in junior high, so it was probably like 2000.
Yeah, 2000, 2001, because it was around about when Toonami was first taking off. Toonami and Adult Swim.
Yeah, we didn't have that here in Germany.
Well, you don't have Cartoon Network there, I'm assuming.
We do have Cartoon Network, but we never had Toonami. Or I never knew of Toonami. Maybe we had it, but like we had another thing that was like it RTL2 in Germany, which is nowadays it's just trash, stupid bullshit that you shouldn't watch. But like back then, it was like from 12 to 16 o'clock. It's just been kids shows because they knew kids come home from school, they want to watch TV, and after that they do their homework, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you came home, like you watched your Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Beyblade, Digimon, Naruto, Dragon Ball, all that shit.
No. Hold up.
And I'm pretty sure Gundam Wing was in there as well.
Hold up. Rewind. What kind of irresponsible parent is going to let their kids watch TV before doing homework? Come on now.
It's different in Germany.
It's different in Germany.
It is.
My dad fell asleep next to me watching Pokemon because he wanted to watch it as well. So, yes.
Ugh. The responsible adult in me says that that's a bad thing. It's a bad precedent to
What
set.
responsible adult sleeps while his, like, 1.5-year-old children is watching TV alone?
Well, when your 1.5-year-old child is watching Pokemon, learning about the benefits of forced animal fighting, like, come on.
Yeah, that's why I'm weird.
Yes, that's why you're weird. 100%, it's the Pokemon's fault.
Yes, it's the Pokemon's fault. Can I sue Pokemon now for ruining
No, I don't think it's gonna
my
work
life?
like that.
I think they have more lawyers than you do.
Who the fuck cares about lawyers, man?
The legal system. But yeah.
That's a nasty nub.
I'm just happy I got my metal parts for my MG Shiki 2.0 today.
Nice.
But I don't know when I'm gonna actually put those on. I have too many things to do.
Here, I have to go to sleep, so... Well... I think I'm going to bed now, because it's almost 1 AM, and I have uni tomorrow morning, so...
Well, sleep well. Oh, Okay, he's gone. All right, that was quick.
Yeah.
Oh, he came back to finish saying goodnight.
That, that was just my internet.
Maybe
That
it was
was
giving you a sign that,
timing.
yes, it was time for you to go to bed.
Yeah, I think so too, so...
All right. Good night,
Have a good
man.
one, dude. Enjoy class.
Bye. Boys.
See ya.
Yeah, see ya.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Did you just say fuck you before leaving?
Yeah.
What?
I don't know.
Okay.
Who knows?
All right.
I think his internet was dying as he was leaving.
Okay.
But yeah, because I've also got to put these water slides on this MG Full Saber.
Ooh, sounds like
So.
fun.
Yeah, I want to do that and do a top coat on it, and then I'm gonna take my Exia down and replace it with the Full Saber.
Ah.
Because the Exia is not even panel lined. I built that I think that was my third MG or something.
Hmm.
MG, but whatever.
Right.
So I'm gonna take that down, and then someday I'll panel line it, and I also got water slides for it. So,
Ah. Gotcha.
but in the meantime, I'll have the MG Full Saber representing Setsuna.
Gotcha. I've got the 00XN riser that's gonna go with my master grade 00 collection.
Hmm.
Well, once they put out the Virtue, I still got to build the Curios. So it'll be all these nice
Curios
season
was
1
fun.
sets. So my collection will be all these nice season 1 sets, and then XN Riser being all edgy and not from season 1.
Wow. Yeah, I mean that's what mine is gonna be. It's gonna be Curios, Dynames, and the last suit. Or at least I'm assuming it's the last suit. I've never actually seen the movie, but
I think the last one is technically the Quant or Quanta, whatever you want to call it.
well, that's what the MG Full Saber is. It's
Okay, then yeah.
It's the Quanta with all the weapons.
Gotcha. Then yeah, I think that is the final form.
Yeah. But honestly, I think the Curios at least looks as wild as the Quanta. The
yeah.
Exia kind of looks out of place compared to the other two.
Because
It looks kind of boring.
Yeah, because the others are like even the Dynames is kind of like, oh yeah, I got something going on here, and the Exia is just like, I am a Gundam.
Yeah. The Dynames has basically cover as part of its body and a really big sniper rifle.
Yep.
And then the Curios has this giant freaking claw. That's cool as hell. But,
And
or it can transform into a plane if you want.
and let's not forget the best part about the Curios, knees that can kill you from 10 miles away.
Oh yeah, the big old knees.
Big old knees.
Yep. When I was first building those, because I hadn't really paid that. Usually when I'm quote unquote watching Gundam, it's on in the background while I'm doing other things.
Right.
So I kind of knew what the Curios looked like, but I also kind of didn't. And so when I was building it and I got to the knees, I was like, what? What is going on? I was like, am I reading this wrong? Nope, it's just big old knees.
Big old knees. The only real, I don't know, man. I like the design of the Curios, but yeah, those big old knees is just kind of like, really? This is what we're doing now? Is we got big old knees? Sure.
Yeah, it's kind of goofy, but I'm here for goofy designs personally.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many vanilla ones. I'll take all the goofy ones.
Not disagreeing with you there. Alright. I mean, if you want some really out there designs, though, Kotobukiya's got you covered.
Yeah.
That company is the king of bizarre designs.
Well, I ordered that one, and that one's pretty wild. So.
And it's don't get me wrong, it's a good kit, but like, so when I built it, I was like, oh man, this is actually like super fun to build. And then like after about another hour after I said that, I was like, I want to like find the person who designed the runners on this and tear their head off. Cause like it's one of those cases like with Kotobukiya where like the gate markings or the gate connections to the pieces are in awkward locations and they're huge. Just like giant gates on these things. And I'm like, but why? Why? Like, why are they this big? What is the point of having gates on these things that are like this massive?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. For me, it's like my Kodo kits are always going to be the ones that I just assume are going to be a little rougher.
But it's not. But it's not always the case. Like that's what I keep getting at. Like Kodo can do really good stuff. Like Hexagear stuff. Hexagear is actually really good stuff. Like those kits are easy to build. They're fairly intuitive. They look really good. Like they're not what I would consider problematic. But then you turn around and you look at any of the frame arms and you're like, but frame arms.
But like
even the Saldea is
chance
fine.
I'm not gonna buy a Hexagear kit just because the only ones I ever see in stock are like the most boring looking ones. And then I don't know, the concept just doesn't do that much for me. But it's not to say that they're bad, just not something that piques my interest.
Right.
And whereas the ones that I tend to like look like they're probably the most not quite their kits, you know.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. Like I haven't heard like I've only built a couple of the Hexagear kits, and they've been fine. And I haven't.
No, I mean Kodo in general.
Oh
the
yeah.
I tend to like are the kind of out there ones that there's all sorts of random crap sticking off of them. So
yeah, but most of the time, even that's not all that bad. Like like even I don't know. They're most of the time, Kodo kits are fairly solid. The only lines that I've ever like either had problems with or heard of people having problems with were the heck am I saying? And now I can't think of the name of them. The
frame arms?
Frame arms is one, but Armored Core. And the Armored Core stuff. The Armored Core stuff is like definitely their hardcore modeler line. So it's like, hey, if you really want to put a lot of effort into a kit, like, here's what you can do. But like the Zoid stuff is all pretty solid. Like, it really is, like, I don't know, I've never really heard anybody saying that like any of their other lines are terrible, and I've never had any problems with any of their other lines, so.
Yeah, I don't know. The we'll call it those Armored Core ones certainly are expensive enough.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's probably mostly because of scarcity than anything else.
It kind of is. Like that is one thing with Kodo in general is that they don't repaint kit or reprint kits very often, if ever. Like if it's something that they own, then it'll get reprints. Like frame arms get reprinted quite a bit. The Hexagear stuff gets reprinted quite a bit. But like third-party things, it almost feels like they do one and done. The fact that the Metal Gear kits get reprinted occasionally still blows my mind.
Well, it is Metal Gear.
Yeah. But like they don't have as far as I know, they don't have the rights to ever reprint the Zone of Enders stuff, which you would think would be either covered under the same license or at least close to it.
Yeah, I don't know why. That does seem goofy, especially the anniversary was like a few years ago,
Right.
and that they were I think we were talking about this. They re-released the second one, including like a VR mode on PC and I think PSVR as well.
Yeah.
But which is really good if you have a PSVR or a PC that can do it. I recommend it.
I do have a PC PSVR, and I may pick it up and give it a shot.
I mean, double check first. I've only done it on PC, but I think it's probably available for PSVR as well. And you can play it both. So if you play the VR and you're like, this makes me sick, you can play through the game normally too. It's the second runner.
Right.
The second game.
Which I don't think I ever played. I think I only ever played the first one.
It's pretty fun. It's fairly simple, but it feels good. So there's not like a ton to it. It's not like Armored Core or whatever, but it's feels a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean the first one always kind of felt more like sort of a arcadey type game than it was never like it never was, oh look, this is a hardcore like mech sim kind of thing.
Yeah, no. And this is the second one's also not that.
Okay.
Which is probably good for VR because you had to, like, if it was like an actual hardcore mech game in VR, that would be probably very overwhelming.
I don't know. As awkward as Steel Battalion is, I would love to play it in VR with the actual controller.
That would be kind of hard because you wouldn't be able to see the buttons.
Yeah, but that's where, like, if you're gonna do it in VR, it would be one of those like, you put the controller in front of you and then like actually like try and map where the buttons are based on like where they are actually in the game.
So it'd still be hard though.
Yeah, because the controller doesn't really look much like the interior, the cockpits of the game.
Well, not even that so much, but I was thinking more on like a technical level. The only headset that has hand tracking is the Oculus Quest and Oculus Quest 2. No other headsets have hand tracking.
No, the PSVR does.
Nope, it doesn't. It has.
Oh, it tracks the motion controller things, yeah.
Right. So when I say hand tracking, I mean just your hands.
Oh yeah. Fair enough.
So if they were gonna do it, what would be cool is if they did like a virtual cockpit where you can touch the buttons with your touch controllers,
Right.
But because otherwise your vision's totally obscured. So, and from how many buttons does that controller have? Like 100 or something?
Yeah, not enough. Need a full-on mech cockpit, man.
I don't even think mech cockpits would be that complicated. Especially not those mech cockpits.
Yeah, because they're basically patterned off of like actual tanks and stuff, right?
Yeah, they're very like. I mean, I haven't actually played the game, but like just looking at the artwork, it looks more Mech Warrior than Gundam.
Oh yeah, definitely is. They're basically walking tanks more than they are like giant mecha.
Yeah, which is more like Mech Warrior. You know, like the Mech Warriors have hands, but they're more. Some of them do, not all of them. But the ones that have hands are for punching. They're not for holding.
Right.
So.
All right.
Which I still like. The BattleTech. They released like a BattleTech. Turn-based strategy game for the PC.
Yep.
It's a lot of fun.
Well, it was the same studio that did the
Mech Warrior Online. Yeah.
Well, no, they did it. Well, that too, but they also did Shadowrun games, and those games were really good.
I still haven't played them. I got them for free. On the Epic Game Store.
Yeah.
I haven't played them yet.
The first one is. It was clear that they were still kind of working out a lot of the kinks in the system, so it's not quite as refined as the as the later ones, but it is still really good.
Yeah, I was told to play Dragonfall and Hong Kong and skip the first one.
Yeah, if you're a really big fan of the Shadowrun lore and you want to learn more about what happened in Chicago, then play the first one because it actually has a lot of really cool story stuff in it. But if you just want to enjoy the game for it being a game, then yeah, just skip it.
Yeah, I never played the tabletop RPG, so
Yeah, then
and I never played the old like the Genesis or SNES games. So
yeah, then there's really no reason to try and jump into the first one. Like you're really not going to get much out of it from a story point of view. So there's really not much there for it, which is unfortunate
I know
because it's
the
a fun
vague,
game, but
yeah, I know like the vague setup of the universe that like it's cyberpunk but with magic and there's like dragons and shit that came out of nowhere and I don't know. But that's about all I know. So
yeah, it definitely is one of those games where you would benefit a lot from understanding a lot more of the lore because the games really do not try to explain the setting to you. It's just like, yep, this is Shadowrun. Here's a bunch of Shadowrunny things you can do. Which, like, for hardcore Shadowrun fans like myself, who have been playing the tabletop game for decades, like, that's really cool. It's like, oh, yeah, I can just jump right in and I really get it because, Shadowrun. But, like, for just casual people, they could be like, yeah, I guess this is how this world works. Eh?
I mean, I'm fine with like, in media res type stuff or, that kind of thing. I don't mind that. I'd rather have that than somebody give me than have to read like an entire paragraph,
No,
than
I
have
get,
to read a book in game before to let me play it. You know what I mean?
well, I get that, but it doesn't even do a good job of because there are some properties that I've seen where like they literally just throw you in, they don't explain anything about the setting, but as they show you about the setting and you experience, and that's how you learn how how the world kind of works and who everybody is. This one really doesn't do that either. It just sort of assumes what the Matrix is, how magic works, what all the background is around why there's magic and why things are the way they are, which is you don't really need to know a lot of that to enjoy the game, but it does help to there will be parts where people could just be like, that happened, I guess, but I don't know why or how, but okay. And does it really detract from the game? It's hard to say because, I went into it knowing what all was going on. So it's not like I was one of the guys going, I don't know what's going on. But a few people that I know that have played it who did not know were like, yeah, I really didn't understand that part. But nobody said, and that ruined the game for me. So. All right.
Yeah, I'm going to play them eventually. There's just so many games to play.
And so little time.
Yeah. There's so many games to play and kits to build. Just it's a lot of stuff to do.
Yep. Oh, man. This Gundam pin on this red plastic does not show up.
Are you using the Gundam marker?
I am for some of the thicker areas, or I was going to. And I decided not to use the brown one because the brown one doesn't show up very well.
Just use your dark brown Tamiya stuff.
Nah, this is more this is not thin lines. This is
yeah, I don't. I
areas
also
to
use
color
it.
in.
I do that too.
Nah.
As long as it's not going inside of parts, you're fine.
No, it's not that I'm worried about that. It's just I want it to look even, and I have a hard time making it look even with in large gaps.
Well, okay, so at least what I do is I just put an insane amount of it until it's basically solid color. like I can't see the bottom of the area anymore. If that makes sense.
No, I get it, and I've done it before, but in an area like the one that I'm working on now, I think the black is going to be better anyways.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's, yeah, like I know how to do it. I just, for this particular instance, that's not what I wanted it to look like. All right. So goes there, and then this one comes across on the back. Cool. Feats is done. All right. I'm glad I went through all that trouble to remove that mold line on an area that nobody will ever see.
Yeah, I think I need to get like a file set because I was working on the real grade tall geese
Yeah.
and the endless waltz one.
Yep.
And the armor on it has like a glossy finish.
Yep.
Just the armor pieces. And there's some gates in there that are like under gates that are in between. I don't know how to describe it. It's like an arch with an undergate in the middle.
Yep. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've built that kit. I totally get it.
And I was terrified.
Yeah. I mean, those are generally easy to clean up. If you want to get like you don't even need a file set. Just like run down to your local CVS or Walgreens and grab a glass nail file, and that'll clean up gates no matter what. And then also, if you can go online and find a fingernail buffing brick, which is like, it's a lot of like really fine grain, like it's 4 sides, and each side is a progressively higher grain of sandpaper, and then one side is just feel smooth, but it's for polishing, and it'll get you a really nice buffed out shine on things.
Mm. Yeah, I just, because normally the undergates I'll just, use my 5.0s and just snip them.
Yeah.
But for those, I couldn't even fit them in there.
Yeah, for curved surfaces like that, just get a hobby knife.
Yeah, I tried using the X-Acto knife, and I'm just not good with those.
Fair enough.
I could see how it would work, just not for me.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of getting used to, that's for sure. I screwed up many a kit when I first got them and started using them. And I have several kits that have some what looks to be some oldish, brownish, rusty looking weathering on certain parts. I just bled on it because cut my fingers so much. So many cut fingers, man. Like, to this day, I cut the crap out of my fingers trying to clean up kits occasionally, but I've gotten a lot better at not doing that by recognizing exactly how much force to put, what direction to put the force, and, you know.
Never cut towards your fingers.
I mean,
That's
sometimes
the number one thing.
Sometimes you gotta, man. Sometimes you're just like, that's the only way to do it.
But, what was I going to say? So I had thought that it was super glue that was causing my thumbs to crack, and turns out it's the Zippo fluid that's doing it.
Really?
Yeah, because I hadn't touched super glue in days, and then I did some panel line cleanup.
Okay.
And yeah, it fucks up my thumbs. So
like your thumbnail, or like the actual the
pad of your...
Really?
Yeah, it dries it out so bad that it cracks open. So anyways, I just got some surgical gloves, and that seems to do the trick.
Yeah, that'll do it. That's what I use for painting. That, or the blue. I want to say styrene gloves, but they're not really styrene.
Yeah, I don't know if these are actual surgical gloves. I think they're like nitrile, I think they're called.
Yeah. Those are the ones.
Yeah. So.
Did I put that in wrong? I might have put that in wrong. This is for the right leg. That's for the left leg. Oh, no, we're good. Okay. We'll just say that this one I'm putting together right now is for the right leg, and the other one is for the left leg, and it all works out in the end. And I'll hear nobody saying anything different.
Isn't it great when you get the ×2 directions? I like those.
This one's not even a ×2 direction. I was just like, I'll save some time. These look like the same thing. And they go in slightly differently depending on which side it's on. And I was like, ooh, I think I might have screwed that up. But then I looked at it and I'm like, nope. Left and right legs are supposed to go opposite of each other. So not screwed up at all.
Nice.
Okay.
I should probably put an LED in this Zaku's head. It would not be hard.
Yeah, I need to learn how to like wire LEDs and stuff like that.
It's not difficult.
That's what people tell me, but I am kind of an idiot. So, as not difficult as it may be for some folks, like with you and X-Acto knives, it is not something that I feel entirely super confident about doing.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like
I would
I'll try it eventually, but like
yeah,
it's just not something I'm gonna like try and learn immediately.
There's a lot of things that can help you with it, I will say. Like you can get LEDs that are pre-soldered to wires. That's really helpful. I bought some of those because surface mount LEDs are not fun to solder. But you can even get those for regular LEDs. And then all you have to do is sort of like solder some wires together if you need it to be longer. So and you can get a decent soldering iron for like $30. So.
There we go. Yeah, it's just one of these days it's something I'm going to do. Right now I'm focusing on, or when I get around to doing another like kind of custom / painted / really detailed build when the weather gets back to where I can. My next big thing is doing seam line removal, which is something I know how to do. I just have not practiced it. And then scribing.
Yeah, scribing is it can be tough.
Right.
And all I've been doing so far is just trying to go over, basically just deepen lines.
Yep. And
I screw up all the time.
What chisels are you using?
I am using the Mr. chisel, and I've got 3 different tips. There's like I think I've got like a .015, a .03, and then like a .1.
Yeah, I'm thinking of picking up the MadWorks set. I've heard lots of good things about those guys. Yeah.
I've heard lots of good things about different tips.
Yep, and they're hot swappable and all that. So that's like where I've kind of been looking at them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean it looks really good. It was just a little expensive, so.
Oh yeah, they're not.
I probably will get them eventually. It just at the time that I bought these other ones, I wasn't 100% convinced I was going to be doing scribing,
Right. Yep.
But now I think I am, so I probably will eventually invest in the more expensive ones.
All right, and then so that does that. That goes into there. So that's kind of a piston, I guess. I'll slightly detail that up, just because.
There should be pistons in the ankles and the elbows and the thighs.
Right, this is it's not really a piston, but it's kind of a part of the motion of the knee armor moving.
Okay. and that's I'm assuming that the pistons are in the same place as the master grade for Ka.
Right. And they may be. I mean, heck if I know, but
Yeah.
I haven't done the master grade, so no clue. But I'm gonna put a little bit of color on this, just so in case somebody gets up close to it, they'll look at it and be like, "Oh, that's a nice little bit of detail," and I'll be like, "Huh, yeah, I worked really hard to get that effect."
Yeah.
And they'll be like, "Oh, really?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, man," and then like suddenly like kick my Sharpies underneath the couch.
Oh man. You should. I was gonna say, you should do the master grade. It's really good.
Oh, I probably will eventually because I'm about to buy the. I've got the high new Verka. I'll probably end up buying the new Verka off of Dipper because he sold me the Rage Nucleon backpack that goes with it, and he's got the double fin funnel set. So I'll probably end up buying those off of him because, you know, I'm a sucker for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And there's literally no reason for me to have the Rage Nucleon backpack if I'm not gonna have the
Double fin funnel.
The double fin funnel. It's like, what's the point?
Yeah.
Why did I do this?
I don't know. I saw that on. I think I saw it on an Instagram page the other day. Thing looks nuts.
It is really
almost,
cool.
It almost reminds me of like the Red Frame Flight Pack, but like the new Gundam version of it. You know, so it's got all the new Gundam trappings and color scheme and stuff, but like the shape kind of reminds me of the Red Frame flight unit.
Yep. I just like that it makes it the new not look. It kind of makes the new look like the high new, honestly, because it has sort of
a little bit. It's because
it sort of has like
the high new though.
Well, yeah, it's got like the fins coming off the back instead of like straight out kind of thing. So
yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the way that the new is, but
I mean that's why I've got the RG. So this would go on the Verka.
Yeah.
And then
well, I would do the MG Verka the normal way too, probably. I mean, if I get the MG Verka, I'm gonna do to it what I did to the Sazabi Verka, which is
all the metal parts and everything.
Hollow decals, like full coat, you know, the works.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about doing that as well. I haven't decided yet, though. Like, at least with the metal part stuff.
But they look cool.
Yep.
But there is a lot of, you know, it's not just snap on and be done.
Right.
There's cutting and drilling and gluing. It's a lot.
Yep. But it's something that is more than what I am currently doing with my interactions with the hobby, and it's a learning experience, and that would be fun.
Yeah, which is kind of what I'm going for with buying these like non-Bandai kits. You know, it's like something different.
Yeah.
So.
Like, I like Bandai a lot, but sometimes you do just want to like take a step back and be like, okay, what other flavors are there out there?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the problem with Bandai is almost that they make so many kits that they figured out some like the good way to do everything. So then they end up doing the same thing the same way over and over again because it makes sense.
Well, I think
and it's like this makes sense.
My issue is not that they figured out, you know, the best way. They figured out a way that works really well for mass production stuff.
Yeah.
And then from there, it's like
over and over again.
Yeah, and then it's like, okay, like that's why I was saying, you know, when I was the other day when I was when we were talking about I don't remember who exactly I was talking to. I know on Crow's server I was talking to EK about it. But like we were talking about the fact that I really like the Super Robot Wars kits from Kotobukiya, and I'm you know, not exactly super hyped about the fact that Bandai has picked up the Super Robot Wars license.
Mm-hmm.
And like people were like, oh, but they're gonna make good kits, and I'm like, yeah, but Kodo make good kits, right? But the difference there being that the good kits that Kodo made weren't engineered like Bandai's Gundams. Like, the engineering on those things was vastly different, and that's why I really like them, is because they weren't just a Gundam build. And I really fear that with, Super Robot Wars being just another mecha show, that their engineering will end up being, look, just more Gundams.
Yeah, which is entirely possible. However, what Bandai having it will do is probably make those kits a lot more affordable.
Right, and I am 100% behind that, but, like, part of me is still going to cry a little bit inside if they're not, if they just come out and it's just like...
They're not weird.
Well, it's not a matter of being weird. Like, if they're just, a different style of high grade and they build just like high grades, then it's like, oh, then what was the point of all of that?
Yeah, I don't know. I still haven't... Well, I bought that little Battlers experience, so I'm curious if that's going to be any different from like a HG Gunpla.
Those are pretty similar. Like the most out there, like, sort of Bandai build stuff I've seen so far is the RG Avas. Like, they're pretty unique in how they're engineered, so like I'm kind of cautiously optimistic based on that. But we'll see. Mm-hmm. Like, even their Macross stuff is like, hey, it's a Gundam, but with a much, much better transformation.
Mm.
So, like, it's that level of, like, okay, this could be good, or it could just be kind of generic. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm still happy that, the kits are going to get a wider release and more recognition and all of that. So, like, that's always good. I just wonder if they'll do some of the more out there ones.
Probably not. At least not right off the bat. Probably.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, they're not going to go with. They're not going to do the giant ones that Kodo was doing, like the Jaguar and stuff like that.
No, they're probably gonna. The first one they're probably gonna do is that one that you just built. That looks like a Gundam. That looks like generic Gundam.
Yes. Gundam
but,
generic 01.
Yeah.
No, their first release will more than likely be the Hukbian, because it is the main character suit of the OG generation. Yeah. But, like, the other hand, they could be picking it up and just do SD versions. Because, like, that's what all the Super Robot Wars games are basically just SD versions of everything.
Mm.
So, it very well
Super
could
Robot
be that.
Wars is, like... So they have, like, some original suits, but, like, a lot of that is a lot of different robot and, like, properties.
Yeah, from a bunch of different animes and stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
So, like, I could definitely see them doing like, basically getting the license and doing, like, SD versions from the game of all the different properties that they already own. Because, like, 90% of the stuff in the games were already Bandai properties. Because it's, Macross and Gundam and... Mazinger and stuff like that. So, I guess we'll end up seeing, what they do eventually when they start announcing things. But, like, I could see them just doing the SD stuff, and that would actually be kind of cool because it would be, pretty fun. I probably would not buy very many of them because I don't necessarily like SDs all that much, but it still could be pretty fun.
Yeah, they could be getting them to put them in the cross silhouette. Branding.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to see how that Macross kit is going to be that I ordered.
You got the VF1, right? Or not the VF1, the VF31?
Yeah, I think, or the 13 or something like that. I don't remember.
It's the 31. The VF31J.
It was the J, yeah, the J.
Yep, that's the same one I have. I have not built it yet. The only thing I've heard of with that one is that the ankle connections to the feet are C-clips, and it's gold plastic that tends to be pretty brittle, so I've heard, like, horror stories of people just snapping them while trying to build it.
Gotcha.
But other than that, it's the entire color scheme on it is stickers.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So they give you stickers and water slides that you can use if you want to, but, like, it is...
Oh, I'll just do water slides then.
People have recommended not using water slides, as I was about to finish the statement, because their water slides are apparently not the greatest in the world.
Oh, well, maybe I'll just paint it then.
I would suggest going out to Daylong and taking a look at the pictures of it, because he's got pictures of it before and after putting the stickers on, so you can kind of get an idea for what you're up against there. So, and I'm not trying to warn you off the kit or anything. I'm just like, this is what I have heard. And like, even opening the box and looking at mine when I got it in, it was like, oh, okay. There are similarities to color accuracy, but
if I wanted a kit that I knew was gonna be, extremely straightforward, there are still a ton of Gundam kits I haven't done. And I don't have to order those from Japan.
Right.
So, and I have plenty of, if it turns out to be absolutely awful, I've got, 4 MGs that should hopefully show up this month. So
I don't think it'll be awful. Like, I've heard the build is actually pretty good and the transformation is solid. It's just the putting the stickers and everything on. Like, talk to Forged about it. He's done a couple of them, I think.
He seems to be a Macross fan,
judging
by his crow boxes.
Just a little bit. I mean, he is building a 1/20th scale
Jesus.
Veritech. So plus he's got the there's a magazine subscription thing for Macross in Japan, and each month or however often they release it, it comes with the next piece of a giant model kit.
Oh, they're doing that business model.
Yeah. So
that's a shady business model.
Yeah, and the cost of each like issue or whatever is directly related to the cost of the parts of the model kit that they're putting out. Wow. And he's all bought into that, so it's like, okay.
Only in Japan. I don't think that shit would fly here anymore.
Yeah, maybe not anymore. It has been done in the past, though.
No, yeah, my dad did they did it for cars a long time ago.
Yeah, but I mean, even now though, you've still got the like all of the like Marvel stuff that comes out with the Build-A-Figures and all of that.
Oh, I don't know anything about that stuff.
Yeah, so I don't think it is as far away from being done in the U.S. as people might think.
That's possible. But I'm gonna go AFK for a few minutes.
Go for it, dude. dun. Alright. Gotta get these armor plates on. Not that it's overly difficult, just getting them lined up. I don't want to force it though. There we go. There we go. Armor on.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. 1 second. Alright. I think it's been sitting long enough that it's safe to clean up, but we'll give it a shot on these arm or leg parts.
Oh, you're doing it as you go.
Yeah. Like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, we wait till the end and do all the panel lining at the end. And I'm like, I get it. I understand it. Like, you know, you don't want to, like, spend a bunch of time panel lining stuff that is going to get hidden or whatever. But I'd rather just do it as I go along so I don't miss anything.
Well, I do the opposite. I do it first.
Oh, you just, like, panel line everything on the runners?
Yeah, it just seems the easiest to me.
I do that as well at times, but not only if I'm like looking at a runner and I see like, oh man, all of these parts are gonna have to be panel lined, and I've got a few minutes. Then I'll just do it. Then I just like go ahead and get it out of the way. So I totally get where you're coming from there.
Yeah, for me, I mean, a lot of it is, like I said before, the only time I've seen it crack is when I'm trying to do it on, like a built kit.
Oh yeah, totally
and it
agree.
gets trapped in between parts.
Yep.
So that's definitely why I want to put it on when it's on the runners. But then, like, as far as cleaning up, I could do it as I go, but I like when I'm building to just build. Like, I don't want to do anything else when I'm building.
Nah. I'm okay with doing it this way, personally.
Yeah, everybody has their own style. And for me, I just want to snip and snap.
I do kind of wish that they had done like color separated internals on the thrusters.
Oh, they didn't?
No, not on this one.
Are they just like the B-frame colors?
It's the dark grays and the blacks and all of that. There's no internal color on them. And I don't want to get in there with the Sharpie because that's all I got on hand right now and mess with it. So, yeah.
Well, the MG ones are gray, and then they have like a yellow insert that goes on them.
Yeah, like I said, I wish they had done yellow inserts on the RG because they have the yellow runners, and these thrusters are large enough that yellow inserts probably wouldn't have been that big of a problem, but oh well.
Let's just get the metal ones.
Yeah.
They have them for the RG too.
I know. I'm not that hard up for it.
That would be a lot harder, to be honest. The smaller the metal part, the harder it is to attach.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm just like, I'm not like, it would be nice, but that seems like a lot of work for, you know, an RG where somebody's going to be looking at it from 10 feet away and probably not even be able to tell what the thing is.
Yeah.
Let alone, you know, whether or not I put the special parts on the inside of the thrusters.
Yeah, if you do end up doing the metal parts on the, like the MG Nuber car or whatever,
yeah,
let me know, because there's a specific kind of glue that you're going to want.
I mean, I'm definitely going to do it, but it's down
or
the
when
road.
you do it, let me know. And I'll tell you what glue you want.
Well, I appreciate it.
It doesn't need to be a specific company, but there's a specific type of, like, consistency of super glue that you want.
Is it the gel
And
stuff?
No, you want the regular super glue, but like a medium consistency.
Gotcha.
Because they have like different thicknesses of the solution. And I was using the thin one first, and that was no bueno.
Ah.
And then the guy at the hobby shop told me, he's like, you should be using medium. And so I bought it, and he was correct.
Fair enough.
Which is funny, because the guys at the hobby shop don't know anything about Gunpla. So
Yeah, but if they're doing, you said it's more like an RC shop, right? Like they know all about
yeah.
gluing plastic to metal. Like that is
Oh, do
their,
they?
that's kind of their part of their big deal is, you know, this the plastic outer shell of this RC car has to sit on this metal frame, and you know.
I just didn't think that those things would be glued. I thought they'd be like pressure snaps.
It depends on, you know, what type of RC car it is, and you know what. But like if you're at a track and you need to do a quick fix,
Yeah.
like you just like, nope, here's some glue.
Yeah, I think they make most of their money, like their big bucks. Like I guess they build them for you too.
Yeah.
Because I've been in there a few times, and like they charge by the hour or whatnot.
Oh yeah, I mean most of them, at least the ones that I've been to, will do like repairs and stuff as well. I don't know.
Yeah, no, they'll do all sorts of work on them. Like they'll add in new systems or make repairs or, you know,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. I just don't. It's not something I'm terribly interested in.
Yeah.
I get it, but my
Well, I
real
mean-
car is kind of fast, so I don't really.
You don't really need a fake
Yeah, I
car.
don't need a fake fast car.
It's kind of where I'm at, man.
And my real car, like, has a manual transmission. So even though I tend not to actually drive fast, I kind of feel like I am because I have to keep shifting all the time. So it's like I don't actually want to speed that much because I don't like tickets.
Right.
But, like, you know.
I get it. Oh man.
But then again, they're like a group that comes into that shop every once in a while that does the RC cars
Yep.
that also has these like modded to hell like Japanese cars.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
They're
I don't
like
know. They
Coming
like
in,
both, I guess.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, some people want a Tokyo Drift, dude. Can't fault them for it.
They seem to want a Tokyo Drift both in normal scale and small scale.
Hey man, when you got a drift, you got a drift.
Yeah, I guess so. That's what I got my racing wheel for. My PC.
Man, like, okay, PC racing is as a I guess esport is like kind of relatively new concept to me. So like over the Christmas holidays, we were hanging out at my parents' place, and my brother-in-law was there, and he was watching some major like online endurance race thing that was all being done in you know, on some game or something, and I was like, man, it's just a video game. I don't get it. Like, why is this? Like, if it was actual racing and like there was a chance that, like, you know, like cars breaking down or whatever, like, I get it, and I'm not saying that like people shouldn't like watch it or be into it or something, but like at the same time, I was kind of like, man, I just don't get it.
The cars do break down.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, it's not like there's a chance that they're not going to have the part they need to repair it or something like that. You know what I mean?
True. But, well, actually, not true. In iRacing, in like the highest levels of that, they do have that kind of shit where like you actually have to, you know, declare, like, you have to select your inventory before you go into a race, and you can only have a certain number of spare parts of different types, and a certain number of tires. So they do get pretty nuts. I don't do that because I don't have the time, and I prefer like the less simmy games, anyways. So like the racing game that I've played more than any others is Forza Horizon 4. So, which is not a sim at all.
I think the racing game I've played the most in my life is Burnout Paradise.
Well, if we're
Not
going
even
most
close
in
to
my
sim.
life, if we're going most in my life, it's gonna be Cruising USA. So,
okay, fair enough.
you know, but
Gotta go
like
classic.
with my own racing wheel, which is something I've never had until now, it's
Right.
been Forza Horizon 4.
Fair enough.
But because Burnout Paradise I played on a controller as well, so
yeah, that's actually what my my brother-in-law wanted for Christmas, was like whole racing rig setup for his because he's like really into that stuff, and and I'm like, cool, man, you go.
yeah, those things can get expensive.
Just a little bit
Like
on the pricey side.
Like mine is not, I wouldn't call it like a absolute, it's not the cheapest you can buy, but as far as like real enthusiasts go, it would still be considered like a beginner setup.
Yeah.
And I think it cost altogether like 400 or something.
Right.
And that's for just like a wheel, a shifter, and pedals.
Right.
So I would get a chair, but I don't have anywhere to put it. So
you're not gonna get one of those like steel bar like
nope.
rigs that you like mount everything on with like the bucket seat and all that?
I mean, if I had somewhere to put it, I totally would, but I don't. Because like the main reason that I don't use my wheel that much is just because it's a pain in the butt to set it up.
Yeah,
like that's the one, whereas if I had a chair and somewhere to put it, well, then it's all you have to do is plug the cable in.
Right.
So
I mean, those setups do look impressive. Those are always kind of cool. I always want to get something like that for like I do flight sim stuff.
okay.
And, I've got like a pretty decent HODAS and everything, but like, yeah, I don't have a chair or anything for it either, so I always kind of wanted to get one like that.
I modified my office chair that I have for my desk. I added a tactile transducer to it.
Okay.
Which you may know better as like a bass shaker.
Yeah. It's a big rumble pack. Gotcha.
Yeah, basically. Except it responds to sound instead of like rumble commands.
Right.
But I made it wireless as well, which is nice. So, I found like some wireless audio transceivers and set those up for my computer, and done like a little amp, and then I attached it in the bass shaker and attached it all to the bottom of and a battery, of course.
Right.
But yeah, it works pretty well.
I take it these days there's not a lot in the way of like delay on those sorts of things, because I know one of the things with wireless audio, and this was literally like 10 to 15 years ago, like when it was just really sort of coming out for like home theater systems, like one of the big problems that people had with it, and why only like it cost tons of money to get a really good setup, was because there was always like the problem with audio delay with the wireless signal and all.
Yeah, no, they pretty well. Keep in mind also that this is only transmitting a stereo signal.
Sure.
So, and I'm only using actually one channel of it, but like, it's not trying to translate, like, it's not trying to transmit like DTS, 7.1 type stuff. But I think even that is a lot more, Like I think the set of like a transmitter, one transmitter, one receiver, I want to say was like $50. I want to say.
Okay.
But you know, it like I said, it was a cheaper one, so it's not the one that the actual audio file is gonna stick in his setup.
Right.
So, I didn't really need crazy fidelity on it.
Gotcha.
But it works perfectly for what I need it for, and there's no delay. It's also only like a foot or close less than that away from the between the transmitter and receiver, so that probably helps.
Yeah, keeps the lag down a little bit when they're sitting on top of each other.
Yeah. Well, one's like on the bottom of the chair and one's on the desk. So.
Right. Yeah. I get you.
But yeah, but I like it. It's a good setup.
I don't know. It seems like it would be.
It's pretty cool, and it didn't cost that much to make it. And you don't even actually need to solder for it. I did some soldering, but you could just use, the wires are big enough that you could just use like what do you call them, crimps or whatever, I forget what you actually call them, but where you just stick the wires in and then crush it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can just use those. You don't even need to solder or anything.
Right.
But
right.
and I have used it for, I played a little bit of Microsoft Flight Sim, because I also have a HOTAS, like it's the one that they made for Elite Dangerous. It's a Thrustmaster. It's black and orange.
I know the one you're talking
the
about,
number,
but I can't remember
it's
the
really
name
long.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got like a 6-digit or 7-digit number. It's weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyways, it works pretty well, so can't complain. It's not, a Warthog or whatever, but it works for me.
Yeah, I mostly use the X-52 Pro. The Warthog is a little overkill for most space type stuff.
Yeah.
Like, plus it's got a lot of the like manual analog switches and like little flip switches and dip switches and stuff, and I'm just like, that's not great for what I want to use it for.
Gotcha.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually, what I ended up doing for Elite Dangerous when I was playing that was they have this program, and I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but it's free. And what it does is you run the server for it on your PC where you're playing the game. And then you have like a tablet. I think it works on both like Android and iOS. And you run the like client on there, and you can like assign buttons and stuff, or like download pre-done things. That thing is great.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about.
I think it's called LEA Extended, I think is what it's called.
Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. I've never used it, but with like Star Citizen coming out, I think I'm gonna have to.
It's great because you can customize it, and like because it's a touch screen, you can read what's on there, and because I could never remember what all the buttons were.
Right. No,
so having the actual text there was awesome.
It is always a bit of a problem to be like, okay, I know that like button 12 does something, but I cannot for the life of me remember what. And now I need to know exactly how to raise my landing gear, and it's either button 1 or button 3. Ah, crap. Guess I'm
especially
now.
Because I quickly figured out that my favorite part of Elite Dangerous was actually landing and taking off.
Yeah, they have a really good system for that.
And so I turned off the auto landing, and there's like, I put it on like as manual as possible. And so there's like 12 different buttons that I need to remember to do if I want to do it correctly. So it's nice to have those labeled.
I used to play that like way back in the day, like almost when it like just first came out. And the biggest problem that I had with the game, and I liked it, don't get me wrong, but the biggest problem that I ended up having with the game, and one of the reasons that I quit playing it when I did, was that it just felt like there was nothing to do in it except, like, trade. Like, doing, like, trading stuff, and then saving up to get a bigger ship so that you could trade some more. Because, like, they didn't really have,
It's still kind of like that.
Yeah, like, one of the
They
problems
have
that I
combat
had with...
now, but, like, I looked it up, and that's one of the, like, the least efficient ways to earn anything.
Well, like, I would have been fine with it had it been something along the lines of, you know, like, so I was playing it with a friend of mine, and at the time we were playing, you couldn't do, like, there was really no interaction with other players. Like, like, you could, like, hail them and talk to them and stuff, but you couldn't, like, trade with them. You couldn't, like, you know, form a wing and, like, go off on, like, bounty quests or anything with each other. Like, you could literally just kind of, like, fly side by side a little bit, but you really couldn't group up or anything. And so that kind of, like, turned me and him off to it, because we like doing, like, we'd like a lot of co-op stuff. So at the time, like, that's why I quit playing, because I was like, this really isn't doing what I want a space sim to do in this regard. And then, like, that's about the time when Star Citizen started to get their, like, really early alpha stuff out. So me and him, like, started checking that out, and you really couldn't do a lot then either, because you could, like, log in and look at your ship. Look, there's a ship, and that was basically it. But, you know, it was, we just never really went back to Elite Dangerous, because it was like, okay, we can go back and save up more money to buy bigger ships to save more money. Yay.
The thing about Star Citizen is that I always hear that it's really expensive.
Oh my god, it really is. Like, you can get into it for like $50 or $60 and, like, fly around and see what's going on, but if you're, like, hardcore into it, you can pay to get, like, cap ships and stuff. But that stuff, like, is literally, like, hundreds and up to thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fact that they sell things for thousands of dollars for an in-game ship, to me, is just, like, mind-boggling.
Well, because I think originally, I don't know if they kept this, but wasn't part of the original idea that you were going to be able to, like, move money back and forth or whatever?
No.
Like, no. Okay. I guess, was that Eve? Maybe that was Eve.
That was originally Eve, but then I think Eve gave that up when they realized exactly how much money would be at play there, considering how big some of those groups got.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Dang it. How do
But that didn't even...
this part up?
Eve was just wowing spaceships anyways.
Yeah, for a while. It's kind of good. It's kind of become its own thing, which is, you know, kind of neat, I guess, but...
I mean, like, can you actually fly a spaceship, or... Because when I played it,
it is still just
just
like go point and click and mine the asteroids and get ganked by somebody.
Which is what turned me off to it. Because I was like, if I'm going to play this, I want to fly the spaceship.
Yeah. It is definitely not that style of space sim, which is really disappointing, because, like, I, on the one hand, kind of want to play it, and on the other hand, I know that it's not going to be the kind of game I want it to be, so,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I still need to pick up Squadrons at some point.
It's not bad. It's pretty simplistic. It's got really good VR, though, so that is actually really cool.
Yeah, that's one thing I want to check out, because I have a Rift S.
Yep.
So.
But it is, I mean, it's pretty basic, and if you're not into, like, multiplayer dogfights, then there's not really a lot of meat to it either, but it's not bad. It's
well,
just,
that's why I'm waiting for it to go on, like, a really good sale, because I heard, like, the single player content is, like, real small. Like, it's pretty much just, like, an extended tutorial.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's not a bad storyline. It's just not, like,
it's just short from what I heard.
Yeah, it's real short. But, like, at the end of the day, that's what, like, even when it was announced, they were like, this is what this is going to be. Like, this is not going to be a huge, you know...
I'm not mad about it.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, I know some people who were,
just,
and I was
just because it isn't what... No, yeah, and I'm sure there are, But like for me, like just because it's not the thing, I am I I am reasonable enough to know that just because it's not for me doesn't mean that I should be mad about it.
Right, like judge things based on what they are, not on what you want them to be. And I think there are way too many people out there in the world that are like too eager to jump on, you know, like being upset about things just because they're not the way they want them to be, as opposed to, well, you know, let's appreciate this for what it is.
Yeah, no, I agree, 100%.
I mean, there's a lot of people in various Gunpla communities that are very much like that, where a kid will come out and it's like, well, it's not what I was expecting and it's bad. And I'm like, no, it's not bad. It's just not what you were expecting. Those are different things. I mean, but don't get me wrong. There are such things as bad, like just straight up bad kids. Like the HG Tristan. Like, oh my god. Alright. I think one of the very best things, one of the very best skills someone can have in life is the ability to see something for what it is and judge it based on that, not judge it based on your expectations or your what you want something to be. Alright, more side leg. Oh. I guess his internet dropped out. Well, welcome back, maybe?
One sec.
Snippity snips.
Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Yeah, I accidentally hit the power button.
Well, that'll do it.
Yeah, I was trying to plug in the USB for the headset because the battery's running low.
I'm pretty sure we've all been there, done that. Accidentally powered off our PC when we didn't mean to. Or closed out of that window that you were still using, or... Happens all the time.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Oh, I'm especially bad at it. Especially since I do a lot of remote desktop stuff. And I'll end up being like, all right, I'm going to close this window, and then end up closing my remote desktop connection. I'm like, dang it! Screw that up.
Yeah, I could complain about remote desktop all day long. I mean, I love it because it lets me do my job from my house.
Right.
But, like, there's so many just little stupid things.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Especially depending on which version of server you're remoting into.
Yep.
What?
What is... I don't even know what this part is, but it's going to get panel lined. Oh man. So a while back, I wanted to start playing music on my streams for the people who are listening in, and when I don't have people talking in Discord or whatever. And I ended up finding on Spotify like a bunch of playlists of royalty-free synthwave.
Oh, nice.
And this band that or this song that we're listening to here was on that, and I swear to God, it is probably the most pretentious like sounding song I have ever heard in my life, and I just kind of hate it. But I haven't removed it from the playlist.
I can't hear it. I've never been able to hear music on your stream.
Oh, really? I wonder if it's just
Yeah,
too
whether
quiet
I've
for
been
people.
whether I've been on the voice chat or just with the YouTube video.
Oh, I don't play it through voice chat, and I haven't been doing the sound through the video very long at all. It's only been like this is like the third time.
Okay.
So, and I don't pump it through Discord because that's to me seems kind of rude.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. That can get complicated too. So.
Yeah, I mean it's just like if you're trying to talk and have a conversation, like you don't want to have to hear somebody else's music, I guess. But like on the stream, like if there's nobody in Discord, it's also like I don't want people to just be listening to me do work on these kids. And I get it. There are people who are really into the ASMR stuff, and I'm like I'm not one of them. So I'm gonna put some music on.
There's also plenty of ASMR content out there for people who are.
That is very true.
I'm pretty sure there's ASMR Gunpla building.
Oh, there's several that I know of. They're not. It's not like
surprised if they weren't.
I don't think there's any like channel that's dedicated to it. But I know that there's a few people who have done them. I know there are ASMR channels that have done Gunpla builds.
I think I watched one once. I think somebody linked one to me.
The one that I know of that I saw that was the most popular was somebody did the RG New. And did it as an ASMR thing. And I'm like, cool. If it gets people into the hobby, that's pretty fun. But I don't get it, I guess. Like, I don't want to listen to just the sounds of somebody doing something.
Just the snips.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the one that I watched was like also a sped up one. So it was just the audio of the what the person was doing, but it was like at 2 times speed or something.
Right.
And I think it was pretty heavily edited too.
I wonder if the my early videos before I had people like talking in Discord count as ASMR, because there's literally just the sounds of me occasionally saying something that is uninteresting, and then the sounds of me building my kids.
I think you saying things kind of rules it out.
Fair enough. That's okay. I'm okay with that.
Just because I think I think there are like ASMR talking videos, but like I think those are specific, like that's a specific category, and in those ones they're talking like constantly.
Yeah, and then there's also the stuff that's on like what am I thinking of? Twitch. Like there's the entire channels of just like somebody talking about random stuff, and that's all they do is just talk. It's the let's chat style of videos.
Well, yeah, there's less chat, but then there's also I think there's also a specific ASMR ones.
Oh, okay.
Because there's less chat ones that are almost like just like a hangout type thing, and it's not like an ASMR thing. It's just people talking,
Fair enough. So basically, kind of what I do while I'm building.
Yeah, kind of. Except people are like paying them money and stuff.
Fair enough.
Well, not everybody. I mean, there's plenty of people on Twitch that don't make any money, but I had thought about trying to do it, and I think I did like a couple streams, but what I quickly realized is that I can't just do it myself. Like, I would need somebody to play off of. You know, I'm way too self-confident or self-conscious to just start talking.
I totally get that.
Unless I have somebody to talk to.
Yeah, that's why a lot of my earlier vids are like a lot of silence, and then occasionally I'll say, "Oh, and here's this part I'm working on now. This is interesting," and then back to silence.
Yeah.
Because it's like I don't have anything interesting to say.
I always felt weird when like I would be like, "Oh, here's an interesting part of this game," when I hadn't said anything in like 10 minutes, and it was like I always felt weird.
Totally understand. You are in similar company there.
Yeah.
But man, like
that's why it didn't fit right.
I don't know.
Man, I'll tell you though, this part separator, I highly recommend getting one.
Yeah, I need to get one. I need to stop using
the too.
I need to stop using the tips of my nippers and the blade of a hobby knife to separate parts, because I feel like that's gonna not go well eventually.
Yeah, I got this one from USAGS. I think it was only like $5.
Yeah, it's like $5 or $6. I was looking at them today actually, and I was like, I should grab one. But man, they are already 2 packages behind on shipping me stuff, so I kind of want to wait till those come in before I order anything else, or at least wait until they ship. You know?
Yeah, that's what I'm really like. Because the thing is, especially with the way things are right now, with like shipping companies, that's already kind of slow.
Yeah.
So the fact that they haven't even sent them yet is just, it's like double the problem.
Right. Totally understand. That's why I held off on ordering the Supernova Altron for a little while, is because I was like, my fear is that I'm gonna get this thing, or I'm gonna like order it and have like 4 packages outstanding with these guys. I want to make sure, since I've only ordered one thing from them ever, and it still hasn't arrived yet, that I'm gonna actually get something if I, pay for it.
You're talking about the Gundam Model Central?
Yeah.
Because you got the Rodoms from them, right?
I did, but that was, I don't know, that was a whole different thing. Like, the cost of that kit was like, okay, if they screw me up, I can probably take them to some sort of court somewhere, maybe.
Yeah.
But, like...
I don't know, supposedly my... the last time I checked, my my Ultron left China, so supposedly it's on its way.
Yeah, mine I think had just left Saturday? Or at least, no, it was handed over to the shipping company Saturday. It has, I think Yeah, outbound customs, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine's not quite to that point yet. But I also ordered that Mega Man Copy X and like a couple other things, so... But like, that's the weird thing about Gundam Model Central is that you pay for each item that you ship, regardless of if you buy them all at the same time or not.
Yep, I am well aware. When I was buying the Ultron, I was like, while I'm here, I should pick up this 1/60th scale tactical arms for my PG Red Frame. And this 1/60th scale, whatever those swords are called, I don't speak Welsh. And then I tried to order it, and then I got to like the checkout, and I was like, oh, I pay individual shipping regardless. Well, don't need these now. So.
Yeah, that got me when I ordered the Rodams, because I was like, man, because I ordered 2 of them. Because one of them is technically for Forged, if he ever pays me for it, which he hasn't yet. And I'm like, dude, like, come on, like, pay me for this thing. Like, I don't want to. I don't really care about the money. The money is not the issue. What is at stake is the fact that I don't want it just sitting around in my house forever. It's like, but I like when that one when I bought that, it was I did not realize, like you, like I didn't realize that it was going to be independent shipping, and the shipping on those was pretty expensive. So like when I actually got to checkout, when I finally got to checkout and started looking at it, I was like, man, that seems like a lot more than just like, oh, I see what's going on here. All right, independent shipping, sure.
Yeah, quite a bit.
It was just shocking. It was like, I don't think I've ever done business with a company before or since then that does independent shipping on each item that you're buying, as opposed to like packaging them together for like savings.
It probably has. Well, I wonder if it has something to do with like import export stuff. I don't know how that all works over there.
I think what a lot of it is that the stuff that he's sending isn't all in the same location all the time.
That makes
sense. That's very likely.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't know if that's all the way in or not. Feels like it might not be, but also feels like it may be. How much of a gap is there on this one? That's right up against it there. There's a gap there. Should be a gap there.
I feel like I need to stop working on this Re 100 Zaku 2FZ because I'm like going too fast.
What do you mean going too fast? Is there such a thing?
Yeah. I like to string them out a bit.
Oh, fair enough.
Especially because I haven't done the panel lining on the my next 1/100 is going to be the Wing Zero Verka. And I haven't I haven't even opened it yet. So.
Yeah, I haven't even picked one up. I'm waiting for my my local game store has started carrying Gunpla, and supposedly
and you were ordering for them or whatever.
Yeah, but supposedly that's coming in the next shipment from Bluefin, but Bluefin's been a little hard to deal with.
Well, my local store just got theirs like last week, so.
Gotcha.
I wasn't even expecting it. I like literally that morning I woke up and I was like, maybe I'll go to the hobby store today. And I went on their website and they had that listed. Except they didn't have Verka in like the title of it. And I'm like, I wonder if this is the old one. I'm like, the old one probably wouldn't be $60. So I went in and sure enough they had 3 of them. So
nice.
I bought one.
Very nice. Always good to be pleasantly surprised about things like that.
Yep.
There we go. So I do like the 2 colors of red on this. But
it has the 2 colors.
Yeah, the like
the dark sort of scarlet color and the
it's sort
red
of
red.
Like it's a kind of a dark pinkish red, which is a little weird, but
It changes color. If it's the same one that the Verka has, it deepens a bit if you do like a pledge coat on it.
I'm not too worried about it deepening. I want to see it all together to make a judgment on whether or not I think the color is like a good shade with alongside the rest of the red. There we go. That pushes up there, so that's good. And now,
I definitely recommend doing a pledge coat on it, though.
Nah, I'm gonna flat coat it.
Oh, really?
Yep. I don't know, unless it is very specific. Like if it was the Nightingale would get gloss coat. And like I don't know, this one, it's not the type of mobile suit that like the design doesn't scream like needs to be shiny. Like the Sinanju needs to be shiny. That thing is, like just over the top, gaudy and ostentatious, But this, to me,
I don't know. I mean, this is Char's mobile suit. I think it needs to be as ridiculous as possible, personally.
But I don't know.
I don't know. I haven't seen CCA yet, so I don't even know what Char's like at that point.
Oh, it's regular old Char. Like, basically after Zeta Gundam, he just goes back to being old Char. Like, it's not just an idealistic asshole flying around in a red mobile suit trying to kill Amuro. Like, that's his whole deal at that point. Which is kind of sad, because, like, I really like the way they depicted Char as being, like, you know, okay, I killed all the Zabi family, like, I'm kind of done with that, and, you know, now
Except
it's just...
didn't.
Well, yeah. But it's like, you know, like, it's all about, like, making sure that there's peace and, you know, representation for people of space, and, like, it's all cool. And then, like, in Char's counterattack, it's like, oh, and by the way, I'm gonna drop another colony on the... on Earth.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I liked Char in Zeta Gundam. He was probably like one of the few characters I actually liked in that show.
Yeah.
But especially because he was kind of a dad, which I thought was funny.
Oh yeah.
He was kind of like Camille's dad.
Right, like he was totally like the voice of reason and all of that, which was really
well,
nice.
And he was like looking out for Camille. Like even when like Camille didn't know it, he was always like, if Camille was on a mission, he'd make sure that somebody was looking after him and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. That was like the one relationship arc that I enjoyed in that series. Otherwise, I hated Zeta Gundam.
Yeah, and it's just a shame that, again, like, the biggest problem I have is that right after that, for Char's counterattack, he's right back to being, you know, just kind of a, like, space is the place and everybody else can fuck off, sort of Char. And I'm like, oh, come on, man. Like, that's not what Char was during Zeta. Like, why is he back to being that?
Well, I mean, part of it is, like, at the end of Zeta, I mean, as far as he knows, I think Camille was dead.
I guess.
It wasn't even like I thought Camille was dead at the end of Zeta, but I guess he's not. Like, I guess he's just like
just in a coma.
in a vegetable state. Yeah. But like the end of Zeta didn't make that clear.
No, it really doesn't. And the fact that he comes back as
like absorbed into the Zeta Gundam. That's what I thought happened at the end of Zeta just by watching Zeta.
Right.
I thought he was now part of Zeta Gundam.
Nope, he's
like I thought it was
just a
Evangelion.
He's just a vegetable,
But,
and then he comes back as super psychic at the end of Double Zeta.
End of Double Zeta.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There's no dub of Double Zeta, so I'm probably not going to watch it. But I'm listening to a podcast that goes through the whole thing. So
Double Zeta is interesting, but it's not.
Sounds fun.
Like, at the beginning, it's, like, completely not what people were ever expecting from a Gundam anime. It was just like, what the hell is this, like, kiddie bullcrap?
Which I think means I might like it.
I mean, it's not bad. It is very lighthearted and kind of goofy, and, like, definitely, like, feels like a kid's show. And then, like, about halfway through, it's like, nope, back to serious Zeta stuff now. It doesn't get as dark as Zeta did. Like, it's not like everybody dies, but it's still like, okay, now we're back to serious war stuff. Also, the Double Zeta Gundam is just an over-the-top monstrosity of a machine, and nobody seems to recognize that throughout the series. They're just like, this is fine. It's okay that this thing is this massively overpowered. Whatevs.
I mean, it looks... I've only seen the model kit, but boy oh boy, that's a big old mobile suit.
It is, and it transforms, and it's got giant beam sabers, and it's got a giant cannon. It's like, oh my god, could you have made this thing any more OP, guys? Like, just holy crap. Like, we get it. Yeah. It's powerful. But it's, overall, it's a fun show. I liked it, and, you know, my general taste in Gundam tends to be more towards the, like, realistic side of things, or, like, not really dark, but definitely not light-toned. Because, like, I really like Stardust Memory and War in the Pocket and 8th MS Team and things like that.
I'm fine with like serious stuff. But like my problem with I had a really big problem with Seed, which was like there just was never a change in pace. It was just constant 110% going all the time.
Well, that and the main character was such a Mary
Battle after
Sue.
battle. He was okay. I don't think he was as
Yeah.
bad as people make him out to be. I thought he was worse the first time I watched it. And then I watched it again and I'm like, actually, he's not that bad. But there are worse, like, main protagonist characters and things.
No, that's for sure.
But I certainly he's not like my favorite, that's for sure. But I'll say that I just felt exhausted after watching Seed. I just was like, I'm so glad this is over.
Oh wait, Seed Destiny? What's this?
Yeah, nope. I will watch the action scenes. I'm sure they're on YouTube.
Probably.
I have no desire to watch that show. Yeah, just too much. It was not enough. It was never funny. Like I can't remember a single humorous thing in that show. And I'm not like a huge comedy guy, but I like to have a change in,
Right, there needs to be like something that's not just like
real
like you were
people,
saying, like,
even in fucked up circumstances, still laugh at stuff.
right.
It still happens. And that doesn't happen in Seed. And also there's just constant battles that are really long and not that interesting, and I don't know, it just and then whatchamacallit, I felt similarly about Zeta, in that there was too much battle and there was too much dark theming, and I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of the thing with Zeta is that it is like war is real bad, guys. Let's show you how bad war is, and like eventually you just kind of get to the point where you're like, yeah, we fucking get it. Everybody dies.
Yeah, there are a lot of people die in that show.
Yep.
Um,
Oh, Plez gonna die?
but
Okay, saw that coming. Oh, this other person? Yep, saw that coming. Like, are you gonna have
and they're constant. There's so much smacking people too in that show. Like, what do they call it? Adjusting or whatever. And I'm just like, this is stupid. Like, this is how you get rebellions in militaries. This isn't how they actually work. Like, like you don't, especially the one guy that actually knows how to pilot like the crazy machine. Are you gonna smack him around? You don't think he could just pilot it out of there if he gets mad enough and kill all of you? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's dumb, but
whatever. I mean, it's totally the whole like war is bad and everybody who's in war is bad and you should feel bad about war, and it's like, oh my god.
I mean, I don't even think it's necessarily that. There's plenty of like, yeah, war is bad, but I wouldn't say that it means that it's not trying to say that everyone involved is bad. I don't think.
No, I mean, but the general message is like, not that everybody is bad, but like if you are taking part in the war, like bad things are going to happen to you. Like it's totally trying to like send the message that you should never get involved in war, and like you should always be peaceful, because like, because everybody who fights in that show, something bad happens to them on some level at some point.
Yeah, I guess.
Though, to be fair, there's also a lot of people who don't fight in that show, and bad things happen to them too, so maybe that's not entirely the right message.
Yeah, in fact, I think that's the more important takeaway, actually.
Maybe.
It's the collateral damage, I think, was almost more of an emphasis in that. Because, like, in a lot of Gundam shows, they never really talk about that.
That is very
true. But they very much pointed out collateral damage more than once in that show.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know.
IBO is one of those shows
not a
that,
fan.
yeah, IBO does a lot of the like these are all the bad things that happen because of war sort of things. But IBO to me was also really depressing, and I just didn't like it. We've talked about IBO before, man. I just can't get into it.
Well, we talked about the realism of it.
That's true.
I didn't find it that depressing, really. I guess I could see why somebody would, because the themes are very depressing. Like the idea, and they're supposed to be in some ways, like the whole Alea Vignana system.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like a really depressing idea, right?
Right.
And it's, you know, that's not original to that show. That's something that has come up many times. I mean, it's like cyber new types are kind of like that too.
Oh yeah, totally.
But yeah, I don't know. I guess I didn't find it like, to me, I don't find it that memorable either. It just kind of breezed past me, I guess. Didn't really. Some of the characters I liked more than any other characters I've seen in Gundam so far. I'm a big fan of what's his face? I don't know. I can't think of his name right now. Main character.
Mizuguchi?
Well, his name's not Mizuguchi. I know that. Mikazuki.
Mikazuki, yeah, something like that. I was close. That shows you exactly how much I give a crap.
Is a game designer.
Fair enough.
Tetsuya Mizuguchi.
That tells you exactly how much I gave a crap about IBO.
Yeah, I mean, I liked him because he was so much different than your normal Gundam protagonist. Like, he did not give a fuck. Like, he would just shoot people in the face and not even blink. Like, he never complains in that entire show. Like, the worst shit in that show happens to him, and he never complains, not even a single freaking time. It's wild. Which I'm not trying to say that's a good characterization. It's just so different than your normal Gundam protagonist that it felt refreshing as hell.
Oh yeah, because like most Gundam protagonists are like whiny little shits.
Yeah, which, to be honest, that's probably more realistic. Because they're in pretty shitty situations and they're children. But like, he doesn't ever in that show.
Right. I don't know. Some of the Gundam protagonists they're not really children. They're just kind of like...
They're still children. Like, because most of them go from just living a normal kid's life to piloting a giant robot in the space of like 10 minutes.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. There's enough Gundam protagonists or Gundam characters out there that are like, they sign up for it and they're like, yes, this is what I want to do, and then they're still whiny bitches. I mean, you've seen Seed.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't sign up for it.
Now, a lot of the other people in that show do, though.
True.
And they're all still whiny little assholes. Like, oh my god, every character in this show is a whiny little punk. I hate every single one of them.
Because he does exactly what... I mean, he's just Amuro. Is basically what it comes down to.
Yeah.
So.
But then you've got, like, as much as I love Gundam 00, I hate Setsuna as a character.
Yeah, me too.
It's like, man.
I did not... So, I don't actually like that show at all, but I love the suits from it.
I actually really like Gundam 00. Like, I think the mobile suit designs are cool. I think some of the concepts are cool. Like, I don't like what they do in the movies. Like, introducing aliens into it later on is kind of like, wait, what? Like, so I don't really care about that
too, because that's not a Gundam thing that happens. So, especially because it's like not... I haven't seen the movie, but it's like not a sentient alien. It's like a living metal or whatever.
Yeah, but it's still like one of
But
those things where, like, again, I like my Gundams to shows to be like more gritty. So like the first season of Double O is like really what I like the most. And then like second
I
season,
guess
everything just kind of went off the rails, and I was like, okay, what?
I'm not
Like,
sure I would ever describe that show as particularly gritty.
it
Um,
wasn't, but there was still like that element of like, okay, this is about war, it's about conflict, it's about, you know, all of this stuff that Gundam is normally about. Until you get to like the second season where it's just like, you know, you got the fucking innovades and all this other stuff, and I'm like, where did all of
yeah, I
this come
guess.
from? Like, this is like, it's like
Well,
there's this big sudden jump at the end of the first season where it's like, okay, I guess we're doing this now.
it's I guess for me the aesthetics of it just make like it's hard for me to see it as gritty, even if the themes are,
I
because
don't.
of how insane. Like, I mean, they're super shiny. Like, that is one of the sleekest, shiniest
Oh yeah,
Gundam shows.
I'm not saying it's gritty. I'm just saying that it's like the first season focuses on, you know, the effects of war, the effects of conflict, you know, how it impacts people, like, which is a pretty big theme throughout like 90% of Gundam. And then like second season is like, nope, we ignore all that, and now it's just fighting against Reborns and his genetically engineered super people. Like, and they
Ah,
just kind of like get rid of the human element of it entirely, and they try to bring it back by having the two side characters from the first season be more important in the second season, like the guy who pilots the O Riser, and then his like crazy girlfriend who's, you know, suddenly an ace pilot because she lost her arm. I guess whatever. Okay, Gundam, but like the second
this
season
is
just kind of like lost the thread of like, hey, this is about, you know, the impacts of war on everyday people, and now it's about fighting super soldier kids who are ambiguously, you know, transgendered
I
or
don't know.
something. Who
I
knows?
thought it all made a heck of a lot of sense. I
Oh no,
didn't
the
think it
story
veered
made
off
sense.
anywhere.
The story made
Yeah.
sense. It just steered away from what most Gundam shows are about, which is, you know, the that war and the impact of war on everyday people. Like even Double Zeta, for being as kid friendly as it is at the beginning, ends up turning into a lot of like, hey, like we're in a real bad situation because of all this war and like the impacts that it has on that guy and his, you know, sister and his friends and all this other stuff. Like there's still a lot of that going on. It's not just, you know, it's not happy go lucky the entire time. And that's where like
Yeah,
the
I guess.
second season of Double O just sort of like, we're not talking about that anymore. This is now all just about these specific characters having a fight. You you still
Well, I
there?
mean,
Okay.
it it kind of does. I don't know. I thought it was all right myself, but
Oh no, it's fine. I really like the show. It's just the second season feels less like Gundam and more like something like Fafner or um, you know, some other like kind of real-ish super robot sort of stuff. Like that's all I'm saying. Like I like the show. It just the second season didn't feel like it was a traditional style of Gundam show.
yeah, I guess I could see that. I thought the uh, I thought the designs lent themselves kind of to um, being more of a super robot-y type show. I guess
Oh, it
it
totally
clicked
is.
with me.
I
Yeah.
mean, it totally is. The GN drives are totally super robot nonsense. And if you need any more proof of that, like just go and look what happened to all of the build stuff once GN drives were introduced as a thing. Like suddenly, like everybody's
You mean
like
all of Build Divers?
all of build. Oh my god! Like that is something that irritated the crap out of me in Build Divers. Was like, oh, we need to make our mobile suit stronger. Slap a GN drive on it, and I'm like, oh my god, no, stop! Like be creative or something. Like at least try. And it was like, nope, we're gonna put a GN drive on a, GPO2 and call it a whatever. And I'm like, why? Not everything needs to be Trans Am. Stop it. You're hurting my feelings. At least they got away from that in Re-Rise, but I don't know.
I didn't get to Re-Rise.
Re-Rise is okay. It's not my favorite. Like, there's...
Well, I should say I just finished Divers not too long ago, so...
Divers to me just kind of feels like they just tried to make a 23 episode long or 26 episode long Gunpla commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, is probably exactly what they were doing. Like, that's how that kind of stuff generally tends to work. But, like, I don't know. I enjoyed Build Divers. Re-Rise just didn't really do much for me. But I appear to be in the minority on that because I know a lot of people really liked Re-Rise, and I'm like, all right, man, cool.
Yeah, a lot of people have told me that it's like a lot of people have said you watch Build Divers to watch Re-Rise.
I will say it definitely has probably a better overall plot, like for sure. Like I don't even think there's much of a question there. It's just I didn't really care about the plot because like the thing to me is like it's the reason I really didn't like. I even really am not that big of a fan of Build Divers because, like, I've played MMOs, and I'm like, this is the most ridiculous bullshit MMO that has ever existed if the admins are this goddamn stupid.
Yeah, I mean, no, absolutely, it doesn't make any sense.
It's that amount of breaking them. Like, I can suspend disbelief to a certain amount, but, like, at least in like something like .hack sign, like the AI or whatever was completely taking over the system and nobody could do anything about it. And it was like they were actually trying to shut down the servers and like there was this whole other thing and I had to suspend my disbelief a little bit because I'm like, yeah, just unplug them. But like Build Divers to me was just like, man, you are the most incompetent bunch of so-called system admins for a video game I have ever seen in my life. Like, we're gonna let the players fight it out to see who, like, what the decisions are for the future of this game, and I'm like, really? Like, really?
Well, and we're gonna get rid of the AI that we accidentally built for the sake of the game,
right?
Like, really?
Like. And the argument of, well, it was sucking up all of the resources for the game is like, yeah, so you put it on a different server and build more. Like, you build an AI, you're about to be rich motherfuckers. Like, you can do whatever you want with this game.
Yeah.
Like, it's that level of suspension of disbelief that I really didn't get into in the first one. And then apparently the second one is more AIs, and I'm like, oh my god. But it's also kind of isekai, because it's like technically a different world that they go to. It's so weird.
Well, because there's more mobile dolls, right? I'm just basing it on the toys or the kits that I see, but there's like a mobile doll May.
Yeah, so May is one of the mobile dolls. Like, there's like 7. Apparently, during the time of Build Divers, the first one, there were several different AIs running around, and they only knew about the one. And it's like, oh, come on, really? You just made this up. Like, I get it, but it doesn't feel like it was ever actually planned for in the original run. Like, like they didn't really... The world building didn't allow for, in the original one, to have the kind of stuff that they were talking about was going on in Re-Rise.
Yeah, I mostly want to watch Re-Rise for the sake of seeing the whole core Gundam nonsense.
And I'll admit, that's pretty cool. Like, I've bought all the core Gundams. Like, I think there's some cool ideas and some cool mobile suit designs. But it's still, like, the story is just extremely silly to me. because it's one of those where it's like, man, I don't buy it. I don't buy the incompetence level of the people owning this, this company that makes this game. Like, I just don't get it. And it's really hard for me to like I can still enjoy the mobile suit designs and like some of the cool fights and everything without really getting into the plot, which, I'm okay with that. Like, but I don't think it's a good show. I don't think Re-Rise is a good show. I've never seen any of the other.
I mean, I don't think. I mean, I haven't seen most of the Gundam shows, but in my opinion, they're all bad. The ones that I've seen so far. So, I've mostly watched them because I think the robots are cool.
The older series stuff is not fantastic. I'll give it that. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and proselytize about
I've seen a
Gundam being
spread,
good.
like, of, like, I've seen 79, I've seen Zeta, I've seen Seed, I've seen like half of Wing, and I've seen 00 and IBO, and I don't think any of those were particularly good. So,
I mean, they're definitely
they have very
not
cool robots.
I will say this: they're definitely none of those are in my top 5 Gundam series. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think one of the problems is that the best ones don't have dubs, from what I've been told. So, which I used to only watch subtitled anime, but now I don't watch things anymore, if that makes sense.
No, I get that. Like, it's just kind of on in the background. But I don't think that's necessarily the case, because, like, most of the ones that most people consider to be really good are dubbed. 8th MS Team is definitely dubbed. Stardust Memory. Stardust Memory and War in the Pocket both have dubs. I think
but
X has a dub.
I don't think so. And I'm sure Turn A doesn't.
Oh, Turn A definitely doesn't. But I wouldn't personally say that Turn A is all that great. Like, I know a lot of people go on and on about it, but it's one of those, like, again, it's the, like, this is, it's not what you expect out of a Gundam show, so you'd probably like it a lot more, like, based on what
That's
you've
what
been
I'm
saying.
saying. I think a lot of people like it because it's different than your average Gundam show.
Which is totally fine, legit. Like, I am not going to begrudge anybody that.
Also, because I have been shown the clip where they use Turn A Gundam as a washing machine, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely has a lot of good ideas and a lot of cool stuff when it comes to, like, the portrayal of, how they use the mobile suit and, the purpose of it and all of that stuff. Like, I think there's a lot of really good stuff in... Okay, that fell off. All right, whatever. I think there's a lot of really cool stuff in Turn A, but, like, I don't know. Turn A to me is not... I just didn't like it that much. Yeah, I have... I'll have to check. I have the Gundam X DVDs that were released in the US. I didn't watch them dubbed. They may not have a dub on there. It's very possible.
Yeah. And, like, it's not like I'm unable to watch subtitle things. I just don't have the space for it right now.
I get that. But, I mean, Gundam X is probably my favorite Gundam series so far. And most of that it comes down to the fact that it's not really your typical style of Gundam series. There's a lot more going on than a lot of other series, and it's got really cool mobile suits and some really cool concepts of, like, what life would be like if the 1 Year War had continued to escalate, and then, like, the future of that world. But it's also kind of, like, lighthearted and episodic, as opposed to, like, just being super drawn out. And most of the characters end up actually being genuinely decent people, except the bad guys, who are, like, cartoon, mustache twirling villains. Yeah. Which, I'm all for that. Like, sometimes you just want a bad guy you can look at and be like, you're a dickhead, and I hate you.
Yeah, sometimes that's what I want, honestly. Especially nowadays. This is not the time when I'm looking for ambiguity in my villains.
Right. And like the Gundam X
If
villains are
anything-
all very much like, like as soon as you see them on screen, you're like, "Yep, you're the bad guy, and we're gonna hate you for the entire rest of this show. There's nothing
anything-
good about you."
At the moment, ambiguous villain seems less realistic to me.
Right, which is like, okay, fair enough.
in the current climate. But yeah, no. If it has a dub, let me know, because I wouldn't mind watching it while I'm building my double X MG that will show up someday.
The only problem I
figure out
have with
shipping it.
the only problem I have with Gundam X is that like the end of the show, like it's one of those like, oh look, we ran out of time, money, and interest, so we're gonna rush the last like half of the show into much fewer episodes than we had planned. So it's got that problem going for it that some Gundam shows suffer from. But overall, I honestly think it's a like legitimately good show. It gets panned a lot because like the opening of it is kind of like the same reason a lot of people don't like Double Zeta, because the opening of it is kind of kiddish. Like it's very much
Fine with that.
yeah, it's like it's kind of lighthearted, like like the first episode starts off with these dudes in this town show up and they're like, we're the Great Black Tri-Stars, and like it's just these like three goofballs, and they have like this really old dilapidated mobile suit, and then it's kind of a running joke that those dudes sort of show up at the wrong place at the wrong time and keep getting their stuff blown up because they're like trying to trick people out of money by saying they're like old war heroes or something.
So they're Team Rocket.
Yeah, kind of, but like very minor characters. Like I don't even think I think they may give them names, but it's always like there's a part where they sign on to be in one of the like the series is very very much on the like small arcs, like 2 or 3 episodes about like one villain kind of thing. And I think they get hired on at one point to be part of the army of one of the like villain of the week kind of people, and end up getting blown up, and it's just kind of lighthearted and funny. But then like as the show goes on, it gets more serious, but it gets more serious at a pace that makes sense. It's not just like all of a sudden depressing like some things end up being. It's just like, okay, I can like there's a progression to it. Like as the main plot unfolds, things begin to have higher and higher stakes, and like it kind of loses a little bit of the humor, but it never fully loses it either, which I think is a really big plus in its favors, that it never really gets away from being more lighthearted. Like you never really feel like you're gonna cry, or it's definitely not Zeta level, that's for sure. Like the good guys are good guys, the bad guys are bad guys. Like even the like semi-ambiguous like good guy mercenaries that they team up with are like, well, I'm only doing this because I want to provide a better life for my family back home, and like the 8 kids that I'm having to raise with my sister because our parents got killed in a war. And it's like, that's a little bit depressing, but then like they actually have like a whole episode dedicated to making it not depressing and showing off like, oh, these guys are actually pretty decent dudes. And it's like, oh, okay, cool, I get it. Like they go out of their way to make the like even the somewhat ambiguous good guy, or not bad guys, but like the sort of morally gray good guys have like, okay, they actually have solid moral standing and all of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds like what you're describing is like a good action anime.
Oh, definitely. That's basically
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite animes of all time, and I honestly think it's completely underrated in the grand scheme of Gundam, because there's a lot of people who are like, oh, it's for kids and it's too black and white and it's not deep enough, and I'm like, yeah, but it's fun to watch and the mobile suit designs are really cool. So
Which is what I'm looking for, I don't need everything to be 100% serious all the time.
yeah,
I
unfortunately
did
it's
when
another
I was
one
like 13 or 14,
right.
Like when I was that age, I was like, oh, it's not being serious. This is for kids. And now that I'm like 30 something, I'm like, the real world kind of sucks a lot of the time. Can I have something goofy, please?
Right.
Like,
The only
or
thing
something
is,
where the good guys always win, and like there is some clear moral, lines. Like I'd rather have that than some sort of I don't know. I
gritty,
don't need that
ambiguous,
shit in
like
my.
war's bad because it hurts all the people involved and all the people. There's good people on both sides, and I'm like, sometimes
But
there's
war
not.
is bad is not even like what Gundam says. To be honest, like Gundam's thing is less war is bad, and it's more like fascist dictatorships require war to sustain themselves and use big symbols, and that process hurts people. Because like Gundam is not necessarily anti-violence; it's
Oh no, it glorifies the hell out of violence.
Yeah, it's
90% of
anti-fascist.
the 90% of the plot of Gundam is, well, if you have a bigger robot, you're probably the right guy. Like,
I don't even know if that's.
it's not
I
bigger,
think,
but like, if you have the best fighting machine, you're probably the good guy.
well, I wouldn't say that necessarily. Then again, I haven't seen 90% of Gundam, so.
Yeah, I mean, like,
But of the stuff that I have seen, not including like build fighters, I would say what actually comes across is that there's no good guy.
I mean that they dropped that like Unicorn like definitely is not that. Unicorn is
haven't
like,
seen
nope, these guys
Unicorn.
are good guys, these guys are bad guys.
Haven't
But
seen
we're also
Unicorn.
gonna cry about it a lot, so whatever.
But like, even like 79, like the people on the white base are kind of the good guys, but the EFSF is, there's some pretty douchey guys in there. Same thing in Zeta, like the AUG, some of the higher ups in the AUG are total dicks as well. Like it's it's if anything, it's like Gundam's about like two different groups of fascists fighting each other, and how those two groups of fascists as organizations don't care about the individual members of their organizations.
Yeah,
that's really what it's about. Because I wouldn't even say it says war is bad, to be honest. I mean, that's like the basic reading of it, but I don't think that's like that's the 101 reading, not the 301 reading. That makes sense.
I mean,
but it's the common one. It's the one that you see the most, that's for sure. But yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. So I think I'm done building for the night, and I should probably eat something. So I'm gonna head out, but I did post a in progress picture if you want to check it out.
Cool. What are you working on right now, anyways?
Zakutu Re 100.
Oh yeah. You were talking about that. I don't know why I always forget conversations in the middle of them, because I bounce all over the place. That's why. It looks good though, man.
Yeah, it needs a little bit more cleaning. I did the gold Sharpie on the green and the bronze on the blue. So I think I'm gonna do some more cleaning on that, but otherwise pretty good, I think. So
yeah, bronze on blue is always a really good color combination, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the gold on green is pretty good too. At least the dark green. I didn't put it on the light green.
Yeah, but that's why I'm a big fan of that 7-Eleven Strike Freedom, is because of that gold on the green.
Yeah. So, all right, man. We'll have a good night.
Care. Yep, you too. See ya.
Yeah. Bye.
let's not do that. Okay, so that's the underside. That makes more sense. Okay, so we got this. That's not gonna go that way. That way. There we go. Right. Alrighty. Getting this this back skirting piece of armor done. Go. Get some nice, get some nice shiny decals on there. And then these go surreptitiously. I mean, they'll eventually go on that other piece, but they'll go here first. Those spread out there. Oh man, there were totally people talking to me in the chat here. And I have no idea when that was. Or, you know, how they're, whether or not they're still there. So, yeah. I certainly hope this stream is still going out. Looks like it's kind of up and down. But, yeah, I don't want to do anything more about it. Can I do this? Can I hit the slide button, skip ahead? And... no, go back. Like my stream is still going on, so that's good. Alright, fair enough. But yes, those of you who were chatting, I don't know when that was because they don't give me timestamps on this. Oh, taco timestamps, there we go. An hour, 45 minutes ago. Thanks for watching, I guess. Way back when. I totally missed you. I apologize. Oh well. Maybe you won't be too mad at me and put a like on my video or something. That'd be great. But if you also are very upset about it, and I don't fault you if you are, feel free to put a dislike. Not gonna bother me. Because either way, I will endeavor to try and pay more attention to the chat as it's going on. But I get so caught up in building, and I don't have the monitor in front of me while I'm building, so it's kind of hard for me to see when those chats come in. But I will do my best in the future. Though I am thinking about getting a second, like, small monitor just to have the, like, chat popped out and in my eye line so that I can keep an eye on things. But I haven't done it yet. Which is entirely on me. And I should probably do that at some point. Let's see here. Oh, somebody's messaging me on the Discords. What is it? Oh, it's this. And then there's these, I believe, just slide onto the sides, right? Oh, yeah. Now it wants them to go in. And then press them on. Go. Yeah, there we go. It just slides on like that. Although I think I was supposed to put this on first. Can I slide this off a little bit? Come on. Go back the other way. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Nope, that's gonna have to come off. How's it snapped on there that hardcore? I don't want to end up breaking it, but man, it is not wanting to give me much of a choice here, is it? There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Snip, snappity, snip. And now we can put this piece back on with confidence. I see where the grip is. I see it now. I understand where it was screwed up. But it should not endanger going back on, I believe. There we go. Come on. Very nice. I approve of that back skirting. Oh, let's see. Now we get to do side skirting, I believe. And before we do side skirting, this wants us, or before we attach the side skirts, it wants us to pop the legs on, which I can just go ahead and do. There we go. That snaps into place quite satisfyingly. That one as well. Very nice. be flat on the floor. His feet do not want to go flat. Mostly because those heels want to rock back. I see. I see. There we go. There we go. All right. Now we're back to doing things multiple times. Not a big deal. Come on. Somebody join?
Is that doing it?
Yeah. What are you doing here?
I don't know.
Have you come to torment me, foul spirit?
Probably, I guess.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You off work or something?
What?
You off work or something?
Yeah, about to get the bus.
Ooh, bussing it home. Meanwhile, I'm just over here using some coloring sticks to put a little pop into my Sazabi and having discussions about what the true meaning of Gundam really is.
It's toys for kids.
I mean, it is now. It didn't used to be that way.
It is.
I mean, I said it is now. Like, Build Divers.
The whole reason it has color is because for toys.
I argue that the original Gundam, they were never intending to make toys of. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
The original Gundam is.
Everything since then has been, yeah, to sell toys and mobile suits and model kits and shit. I'll agree to that.
And to be fair, the first like Gundam that they did design is the prototype Gundam. Like that really is the first one they gonna put out. Then they want more color because they want to sell toys.
It's very true. Is that why Char always has the nice brightly colored mobile suits?
Yes, because it's eye-catching, so it sell more.
It's very true. He's not like it's going any faster because it's red. That's Warhammer Orc territory there. Wow.
That's bullshit.
Oh, man. All right, and then that goes goes in there and then pulls down. There we go. Snapped into place. And then we do some F parts. Is this the right parts though? Yeah, 6 and 7. Definitely the right parts. Oh, man. So did you work today, Dipper? Or are you just out and about?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know, man. You could have just been like, I'm going to go get on the bus and just ride around for a few hours and let the world pass me by. Like a vagabond on a train. Right. Apparently I should panel line these. Well, at least try to. Already cleaned that piece up. Haha. Take that, me. Not paying attention to what me is doing. Breathing in that sweet, sweet smell of panel line thinner. Oh. Okay, yeah, that is some interesting designs. I guess those probably would have been a bit too difficult to animate as well, all things considered. But who knows? I'm not a professional animator. Could have been super easy. But it also would have been super ugly too. Oh, man. So, what do I do after this? Oh, it wants me to start building the chest unit. Well, that'll be interesting at least. Let's see. Probably set these aside while I let the panel lining dry so I don't wipe it away. And start on said chest unit. This build is actually going a bit faster than I expected it to, given that this is a real grade.
I mean, it's not complicated.
It's really not, but I guess you know, given the last real grade I built was the Banshee, sort of. I didn't even finish it because it broke. Damn it. Although the replacement parts for that should be here this week. And the one I built before that was the Amatsu Mina, which had a lot of tiny little parts everywhere. I guess I was kind of expecting it to be a little bit more complex, but it really isn't.
The only time consuming this year.
Alright. I should probably color this piping that's on this chest area here, because it feels real bland otherwise. Let's do this. And try not to screw it up. Right. Oh. Why are people sending me photos on Facebook all of a sudden?
What people?
Oh. Somebody sent me a funny story on Facebook, but it's one of those I took a screenshot of a Twitter thread, and I'm sending you this screenshot of this Twitter thread, and I'm like, but why? Why send me screenshots of Twitter threads?
Facebook humor.
I guess. Most of this is not going to be visible, but I wanted those pipes to be a little bit more detailed, so we're going to do that. Alright, so that ridge goes to the front, it looks like. Go. Oh man. Now it's trying to get all complicated and doing 71 steps in one picture. Let's see.
Watch out for the shoulder part.
Which parts are those?
The connector with the arm.
All right. Right now, this is just the head area, or the top of the chest. Probably right above the cockpit sort of situation. But yeah, I'll keep an eye out for it. Probably not going to panel line this because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a bunch of red on top of this black, so I don't think it matters. Alright. This plastic does not like to be filed down. But it's all internal plastic, so it doesn't really matter that much. Alright, how does this go on? Like this? Yeah, like that. Okay, cool. Cool. And of course that was the wrong order in which to do these things. Is that supposed to go on there? I guess it is like that, maybe? Whatever, we'll figure it out here in a sec. There we go. Okay. There we go. All right. Very nice. Very nice. Figured that out. And I didn't break anything to do it.
Shoulder part?
What's that?
The shoulder part?
No. The other part. Now I'm working on the shoulder part. Is it just stiff or something? Is that why you're saying be careful, or is it just paying attention to how it all goes together?
Well, if you're not like put it like in the correct way, it's not gonna go in.
Oh yeah, one of those. Yeah, okay, I see. It's got like the little like slot and hook mechanism going on. That makes sense. I've seen a bunch of that before. Alright, so the longer one goes like that. And it goes in like... Oh, get in there. Can that turn now? I believe it can. It just is... Oh, that is a tight joint, but it's in there correctly. Alright, so we do that. Does that turn all the way around? I guess it does. And then that goes like that. sure, I guess. And they kind of point up. I mean, you can't push them down, but you probably shouldn't. All right. That wasn't so bad. I don't know what you're complaining about. Alright, and then a little piece goes in here like this. Well, if I can line it up right, it will anyways. There we go. Go in. Does not want to go in. I think I know why, though. I think it's my fault. Pretty sure that's my fault. All right. Okay. There we go. Okay. That was the problem. I can see how somebody might have a problem with that now. A little bit more, I guess. Because there is a bit of a trick to it, isn't there?
Yeah, if it's not like pushed down all the way, it's not gonna. The armor parts not gonna go in.
Well, it's not just the pushing down all the way. It's like you have to push it down absolutely straight or at just a very, very slight angle inwards. Otherwise, it's you can't push it in. You're going to put strain on the that inner joint there and everything.
Yep.
So, I see what it is. We got it. It's taken care of. We're good to go. And then that just goes on to that
And
part.
I got like 1% battery left.
You got one what?
1% battery.
Yeah, well, I'll guess I'll see you when you get home then.
Probably.
Fair enough. I'll probably be building for another hour or so. I might finish up the chest area and then save the head and everything else for later. we go. Oof. I see the stream's gotten a little bit choppy over here. But that could just be because the internet is being a bit spotty at the moment. It'll come back, folks. It'll come back. Okay, so all of that's got to be on before I do anything else, so all right. Yeah, I don't know if it got any better or not. Let's see. Let's open up OBS. Yeah, it should be a little bit better now. Although it is up and down wildly, so I don't know what's going on there. Internet issues, I'm assuming. Stupid ISP. Come on. I guess it's not a Xeon design without a bunch of pointless pipes, so okay. Oh, Dipper. Is that you?
No.
All right. Then we'll call you Dipper's twin brother, Dupper. Yeah, those original Gundam designs are, I'd seen them before. They're ugly. Those things are, they're just ugly.
Yep. Like I say, everything is for toys.
I mean, to an extent, you are absolutely right. Alright. I don't think that goes that way, does it? No. Okay, they don't do. Alright, this just pops on there in between those. Then we put that piece on. I see how this goes.
Do you?
I mean, I'm figuring it out as I go. but I think I pretty much got this one. It ain't exactly hard. Oh, man. So, why did you put a clamp in that box?
For fun.
Fair enough.
I thought that you're gonna be third party stuff, so just need a clamp for something.
Yeah, eventually will. Not disagreeing with that. Probably need it for stuff on that Rodems kit when I get to it.
Yeah, eventually.
There we go. Got the pipes and everything on. All right.
One question.
Sure.
Is VMware or VirtualBox better?
Man, it's just really up to what you want to use it for. They're about the same at this point.
Like, I just want the easier one. Because my class...
VirtualBox is probably going to be easier then. Also, I think VirtualBox is still technically open source and free, so I don't know if you... I think VMware eventually you have to get a license for, depending on what you're doing.
Mm.
I mean, not that you can't bypass that via other means, but it's still... I think VirtualBox is probably going to be your best bet.
Okay.
You got to get one. You got to use a virtual machine for class.
Yeah, they got for Java. Class for Java.
Why would you have to have a virtual machine for Java?
I don't know. They asked for it.
Are you sure they're not just talking about installing the JVM, which is the Java virtual machine?
No, they want the Ubuntu.
Oh, okay. So they're probably just wanting to simplify the command lines that one would have to run in order to run a Java application, it sounds like. So basically they're saying install this so that we don't have to try and figure out how to make your stuff work on a PC.
But then again, it's not like everyone knows how to set up all this.
Right, but once you do get it set up, they don't have to worry about, like, hey, type this and then type this other thing, and somebody going, well, that doesn't work because I'm on a PC, and they're like, oh, well, okay, then you have to do this other stuff. Like, I understand why they're doing it, but it's still kind of, like, lazy.
Also, I think your stream is lagging.
Oh, it definitely is laggy. It has been for a while now. I don't know. I think it's something going on at YouTube because I'm uploading at a decent rate, so... Like, on my end, everything's fine, but, YouTube is saying there's a problem. Plus, it like booted me out of my own stream earlier, and I had to like refresh the page to get it to come back up. So I think there's problems at YouTube. This has happened before.